Good morning. The time is now 8:31, and I would like to call the March 24th, 2023 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grail,
Here.
Kent Howe,
Here.
Jordan Truitt,
Here.
Cindy Condon,
Here.
Harry Chalktud.
Here.
Ann Byer,
Here.
Richard Devlin. Richard Devlin,
He is, I show him on here as a panelist.
Okay.
And he's not muted.
okay, for the record, we'll note that Councilmember Devlin is present virtually, but we're not getting an audio.
Okay. All right.
Fix that.
You might not be able to.
Yeah. Hey, Councilmember Devlin, are you able to hear us? Well, I can reach out to him and see. I mean, without his participation, we have a forum, so I think we can move forward, but while in the meantime, try to figure out that aspect of it.
Okay. All right. Well, we have a quorum. All right, Mr. Secretary, are there any agenda modifications?
Madam Chair, there are no agenda modifications at this time. However, noting that I think we're all a little bit surprised by the weather, and so I'll reserve the right to request agenda modifications moving forward if need be. But at this point, there are no requested agenda modifications.
Thank you. I have the following announcements. Please mute your phones, and if you're joining us by phone and receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed onto the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item E, public comment period, there are two ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We will go over these options again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says sign up for email updates. You are also welcome to access the online project mapping tool in any documents by visiting our website. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Siting Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meetings are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in an unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. Our first agenda item is approval of the minutes from January 19th to 20th. Everyone had a chance to review those minutes? We have head nods here. I'm gonna look to the screen and I see Jordan, so if you nod, that'd be awesome. I got a thumbs up. And then Perry and Kent, I see Perry's thumbs up. And Kent, have you had a chance to review the minutes?
Yes, I have, and I'm ready to move the council approve the minutes of the January 19, 2023 meeting as presented and recommended by staff.
Thank you, Kent. We have a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Thank you, Ann. If there are no further comments, then Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin. That would be having audio issues. Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Harry Chalktud, Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Graham.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our next item is the council secretary report. So Secretary Burnett, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, councilmember updates. So, Councilmember Truitt's current term ends September 22nd of this year. Councilmember Truitt has informed me that he will not be seeking a second term. So the deadline for the next round of executive appointments is April 19th. So if council members know anybody who may be interested, please let them know. And then also you can certainly have them contact me and I can walk through any of the details associated with kind of the appointments process or the role of a council member. I have several project updates. The first is the Cascade Renewable Transmission Line. So this is the, I've given updates on this before. This is the transmission line that would largely be located in the bed of the Columbia River between the Dalles and Portland. We've recently determined that the notice of intent, originally they submitted a notice of intent, was missing information. They have updated the information, so we recently determined that it includes all of the required information. Chris Clark, who is the project lead, is currently working on all the required notices, and we are trying to find locations and dates for public informational meetings, which is an optional part, but given the nature of this project, we will have public information meetings in the vicinity of the project. We forecast those being in early May. Once those are set, we will be sending out newspaper notices, adjacent property owner notices. The number of notices of adjacent property owners, because it crosses 3 counties, is in the range of 1,100. So a pretty large property owner notice, as well as email notices to anybody who requests to receive notices of, all council items. We will also be letting council members know of the dates, times, and locations of those public informational meetings in case you're interested in attending virtually or in person. Councilmember Fire has already talked to me about that. She's interested in attending in person, so please let me know. The only issue there would be if we have 4 or more participating, because that triggers a council meeting, and then that requires certain notification. So if we have 3 or less, it's not a problem, not a council meeting, but it's 4 or more, it's not necessarily a problem. It just means we have to do a little more work and effort to provide notice for that in a certain way.
So, Councilmember Condon, just, those meetings would be recorded,
Yes.
right? So if we don't attend, we.
Yes, that's a good question. Thank you for asking that. We have, in the last couple of years, I think, we have began recording those and posting those on the project page associated with that project, with the idea that, if anybody who is interested in the information that is conveyed and the questions that are asked during those public informational meetings, but weren't able to attend, they could watch the video and hear the audio later on. So short answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on that project before I move on? Okay. The next are a couple of mitigation plan updates. So that will be a theme today, mitigation plan updates. So these are specific to Wheat Ridge 1 and Wheat Ridge 2. Wheat Ridge 1 is a 100 megawatt wind energy facility consisting of 40 wind turbines located in Morrow County. Portland General Electric is the certificate holder, and the project has been in operation since December of 2020. Wheat Ridge 2 is a 200 megawatt wind facility consisting of 80 wind turbines located in Morrow and Umatilla County. NextEra is the parent company of the certificate holder, and the project has been in operation since November 2020. The department approved amendments to both of the wildlife monitoring and mitigation plans, which are specific to the post-construction fatality monitoring studies. So that's what they're related to. The amendments authorize modifications to the study for year 2 of a 2-year study to increase the search interval frequency in the summer and fall from biweekly to weekly and adjusted for a correction factor. The intent of these changes going from to increase the amount is to allow more data collection to better evaluate whether the results of year 1, which showed high rates of bat fatalities, were representative of actual conditions. So of note is that there's a correction factor, which is to apply to year 1 data for bats because what happens is for avian species, they'll place carcasses out there and determine then how quickly those are found, by the staff. That way, that gives you a baseline understanding of, are they being found? Is that then reflective of the amount of, bats or birds, that are being killed because of the strikes? In this instance, some level of the bats that were being placed on the ground were not being found. So probably because of predation by other species. So this change is to try to correct that. So it's increasing the amount of frequency to evaluate that, to try to get a better understanding of what the actual fatalities are. So like a lot of these, it's really, there's an idea, we run that idea. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we try to do an adaptive management. And this is sort of an adaptive management change or amendment to the habitat mitigation plans.
Just a quick question. So I'm just curious when
Excuse me, for the record, Councilman Rick Cobbin speaking.
sorry, when the bat carcasses are placed out for finding, is there, how you can mark things with a GPS point? Are they marking how many are out there and where they are? And I assume.
I'm gonna defer to Sarah, who knows a lot more about this than I do. So I would assume so, but that's just an assumption on my part.
I'm
So
just curious about
I will
the.
let Sarah respond.
Yeah, hi, this is Sarah Esterson. Yeah, they know where they place them, but the searchers don't. So they're
Right.
testing their ability to find them, and if there's a low ability of them to find them, then they have a higher correction factor they have to apply to the data when they go out to see any other trials.
Right, and what I'm curious about, if they know where they are and they're not found, do they go out to that point where the one, it's the correction factor that is versus actually knowing that they weren't found? If they know where the carcass is and it wasn't found,
Well, it's like two different groups. You set them out there.
yeah,
And then you're testing the searcher who doesn't know where they're at.
Right.
So they are tracking where they put them. And then they know when they didn't find them, if they're, because they should be able to find them if they're there.
right, it's the predation factor. Are they actually gone? So if.
I don't know if I don't
Oh,
know that
okay,
answer.
okay, I was just curious, about the process.
Mhm. I assume since they have to apply this high correction factor that they are gone.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just fascinating.
Take just a second. I think we have Richard. I just want to check.
Sure.
If, he is able to hear us now. Get it here now. You can.
Okay, Councilmember Devlin?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
it's,
we can hear you.
massive, there's a Marine Corps term for this, but I won't use it.
I think we can
I
guess.
tried the new laptop and it has actually asked me to adjust new settings or adjust settings. Or, I mean, not the laptop, what is laptop? The Surface. So I wasn't able to do that. So I tried it on the phone, but it would only give me, I could only hear at first. And so I'll be winging it on a combination of the phone and on another computer where I can at least see what's being presented. So,
Thank you, Councilmember Devlin. If you have any issues hearing us, please let us know. Vice Chair Howe is in the same situation, so I think just as to kind of let everybody know, what we'll be doing is trying to be a little more clear than we normally are on which slide we're on, because they are not able to see the video in the WebEx, they're just listening in. So they have the PowerPoint on their own screens, so we'll try to be clear as to which slides we're on so they can follow along.
And,
Thank you.
and Councilmember Devlin, I was just going to mention too that we'll leave you unmuted on the WebEx. And since you're using your phone for audio, you can just use your own mute button on your phone to mute and unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll be getting into the compliance incidents. So if you can change the screen, Wally. So yeah, so we're on the slide, which is labeled compliance updates incidents. So there are 4 incidents that I will report. There were no notable findings related to facility inspections from the last council meeting, so I won't be providing any of those. The first incident was related to the Leaning Juniper 2B facility. This is a 111 megawatt wind facility consisting of 74 turbines located in Gillum County. Project has been in operation since 2011. The parent company is Avangrid Renewables. On March 18th, there was a transformer failure resulting in 497 gallons of non-PCB mineral oil spilled onto the ground. There was also a small fire associated with that was extinguished by staff. Timely notice was provided to the department by the certificate holder. And since this just occurred, the incident is still open. So this is just a few days ago. The next incident is Montague Solar. This is a 162 megawatt solar facility on about 1,100 acres, so 1.9 square miles, also located in Gillum County. Project is currently under construction and the parent company is Avangrid Renewables. On March 6th, there was an electrical equipment fire. Fire was contained and extinguished and there were no injuries. The certificate holder verbally reported the fire on March 14th. So outside the 72-hour time frame, staff did remind the certificate holder of their obligation to provide notice within 72 hours. Because we have all the information needed for this incident, the incident is now closed. There's no follow-up needed on this one. Next is Leaning Juniper 2A. This is a 90 megawatt wind facility consisting of 43 turbines in Gillum County. Project has been operational since 2011. Parent company is Avangrid Renewables. On February 18th, there was a wind turbine fire that completely destroyed a wind turbine. There were no injuries and the fire was extinguished. Timely notice was provided to the department on this incident, and a more detailed report of the incident has been requested. So this incident is also still open. The last incident that I will report on today, I have previously reported on this one, which is the Reed Nuclear Research Reactor. So this is a 250 kilowatt nuclear research reactor located at Reed College, and it's been in operation since the early 1970s. On January 12th, the negative pressure fan failed, and as a result, the facility had to completely cease operations. As of February 1st, the negative pressure fan was restored, and the facility is back to being fully operational, and this incident is also now closed. Any questions on those before moving on? Wally, can you advance the slide, please? Okay, so next we are on the bond template question from January meeting. So at the January meeting, Councilmember Condon raised concerns related to 2 sets of language in the bond template and the potential that they could be in conflict. So the first set of that language is on the screen, and this relates to a failure of a site certificate holder to comply with conditions of approval in the site certificate. So directly relating to site certificate conditions. And if there is a failure, that ODO or FSEC can call in the bond from the financial institution within, and they must pay within 60 days based upon that. So that's one set of language. Well, if you can move to the next one. So the next slide relates to the sort of second area. So this expressly lists conditions in the bond agreement itself. So outside of the context of the site certificate. So particularly numbers 5 and 6, which are on the screen. And what they say is that if the financial institution provides notice that they are canceling the bond, so they're obligated to provide notice to the Odo, FSEC, and the certificate holder, they must give us 120 days notice. So the certificate holder then has 90 days to find a replacement bond. If the certificate holder fails to find a replacement bond, Odo / FSEC can call on the bond and the financial institution must pay. So Councilmember Condon was concerned that these two sets of language were tied, and that if we didn't have a companion condition in the site certificate specifically related to this kind of time frame, would that put, us in jeopardy of, after that 120-day notice, there's no condition in the site certificate, could we then, or could the financial institution basically push back and say they're still in compliance because they're not out of compliance with a condition in the site certificate? And so would they then refuse to pay us the bond amount? So again, going back to the first one was specific to tying to site certificate conditions. This language is specific to the bond itself. So this is express conditions in the bond template language. So based on our review, we do not believe that there is any conflict, and that because they are separate.
Excuse me, can someone please mute their phone? We're getting feedback. Thank you.
All
I
right.
think it's very, I'm not totally sure.
All right, we'll do another check. Good. Test. All right, no feedback on that one. Okay, so then, our conclusion was that because these are separate and they're tied to different, kind of conditions, even though they talk about conditions, each talk about conditions. One is a condition in the site certificate. We can then call on that. The financial institution has to pay us within 60 days. This is related to the second set of language relates to the notice that they're going to cancel the bond, and then the certificate holder has 90 days to replace the bond. And then we have essentially 30 days to call on the bond. So, well, if you can scroll down to the Chevron slide. One more, please. Yeah, so this kind of articulates how that would work. So I put on here day 0, we get notice from the surety, which is the financial institution, that they're canceling the bond. So they provide that to us. Then within a week or so, hopefully sooner, but probably no later than a week later, we would notify the certificate holder that we've received the 120-day notice from the financial institution that they're canceling the bond. We would be telling them you have 90 days from that prior notice date to replace the bond. And so by day 90, if the certificate holder either provides a replacement bond or a letter of credit, then it's fine, we're done. On day 91, if they have failed to do that, we then have 30 days to go to the financial institution, which we would. So regardless of whether the certificate holder says, hey, we're working on this, we would go to the financial institution, call on that bond. And based upon the language in the bond template, they would be obligated to pay us. So we would call on the bond, and then, at day 120, obviously we want to get that all concluded before that bond expires. And then I have the, non-date sort of chevron at the bottom. Then if subsequent to that, the certificate holder did provide a replacement bond, we would return the money from the bond. Because the whole point is just making sure that we have that, in hand, and that we're not in an exposed situation where the state of Oregon is obligated to decommission the facility without any funding.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
just a quick question. The bond agreement is a separately executed agreement between the certificate holder, the bonding agency, or the letter of credit agency, and the department, independent of the site certificate. Is the department part of that agreement, or?
We're not a signatory to the agreement, but the agreement references specifically the site certificate, conditions in the site certificate. So the bond template language, has sort of placeholder, places for the referencing to, we are the, basically will be the recipient of the money.
It's an independent agreement. Thank you.
This is why on a yearly basis, we bring the template language for the bond, for the letter of credit, and then also we evaluate the financial institutions to make sure they're credit worthy.
Anthony. Councilmember Condon, thank you for this. It was really helpful, and I don't think I articulated it when we last talked about, this issue. The other concern I have is on our approval, of an applicant for a site certificate and what the surety, as part of the evidence, we, received comfort letters, that should give us some comfort that there's financial security. And I have some concern that, an insurance company, would be concerned with this liability. They're canceling the bond for a reason, and they're giving notice of cancellation for a reason. And, I think they wouldn't want to, have the bond called on. And so just as part of our process, to make sure that the entity giving us the comfort letter is aware of this provision and is saying, yeah, we're comfortable, saying that somebody will issue a bond. It's just, to me, it's that front end piece of approval that is also a bit of a concern to me. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And so before concluding this one, I just want to express my continued appreciation for Councilmember Condon to raise these questions, particularly on the financial assurance. So we've never had to call on a bond or letter of credit. We've never gone through, kind of full decommissioning process. So it is a little bit of a question mark how this is all going to work when it works. So I do appreciate the continued questions. We want to make sure that this is done right, and that, again, the state of Oregon is not put in a position where somebody walks away from a facility and we don't have the financial means available to pay for restoring it. Okay, last on my list is future council meetings. The April 19th and 20th is the next council meeting dates that were held. We will not be having a council meeting, so I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that, so those dates are released. The May meeting dates are the 18th and 19th. We do anticipate having a meeting in May. The driver will probably be the draft proposed order hearings for the Boardman Hemingway Amendment number 1. So we're planning for 2 hearings. One would be in Baker City and the other in Pendleton. We are still working through how that would all work, and whether that would be in part of those 18th and 19th dates or not. And so what my plan is to look into that a little more clearly, have a better understanding, and then early next week provide an email to council, either soliciting availability for different dates or whatever sort of options are that we've come up with related to those DPO hearing dates.
Just, Councilmember Condon, just a note, so I will be out of commission, I guess, through May 21st, just as a point in your plan.
Thank you for that information. All right, and that concludes my secretary report, Madam Chair, unless there are any questions from council members.
Any questions related to the secretary's report? I see a head nod from the screen. Ken, if you have any questions, feel free to speak up.
Oh, no questions from Kent. Thank you.
Thank you. Well then,
And then Councilmember Devlin.
oh, Councilmember Devlin, sorry, since I didn't see you, I forgot. Do you have any questions?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
No questions.
Thank you. All right, well, that concludes that agenda item. Thank you very much, Secretary Burnett. Our next item on the agenda is the West End Solar Project. This is the final order on application for site certificate with potential for material change hearing. We have Helen Hardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst, ready to present to council. Good morning, Kellen.
Good morning. For the record, Kellen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst, Oregon Department of Energy. Thank you, council members, for being on the line and in the room. True to how these things work out, I was going to run this portion of the presentation so I can toggle in between the PowerPoint and the proposed order as need be. And then my computer decided that it needed to update. So now I don't have any of my documents and I'm not logged into the meeting, so if it'll take me like 2 minutes, do you want me to give me 2 minutes to be able to do that?
Yes, get yourself squared away.
Okay, because I think that is just the best way to go about these things. Just take
All right, we're gonna take a pause, everyone. Let Kellen get her tech together because we've all been in those shoes.
Councilmember Chaktu, can you mute your phone to see if that's the one that we're getting the feedback on? No? Okay.
No, you've muted me.
Use mine.
That is usually automatically, let's our email, name dot,
Energy.org.
so last name dot energy dot, usually. It's not automatically detecting. Okay. That's great.
Hear me?
Okay, Wally, I'm in.
Let's see.
Oh, Good. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being so patient. Okay, as Chair Grail noted, we are here for council's review of the proposed order and potential final decision on the application for site certificate for the Weston Solar Project. Here in the room, our staff, and I have Rob Krula, the representative from Mira Solar, and I also have David Tomlinson from Mira Solar as well. So thank you, gentlemen, for being present for your agenda item. The presentation overview today, we have about an hour slated for this agenda item, but I think that it's gonna go pretty quickly because it's a pretty narrow set of topics that I'm gonna go over with council today. So I'm gonna do an overview of the applicant, the facility, and the location of the facility. I'm gonna touch on the procedural history of how we got here today. And then we're gonna go over the proposed order, but we're going to really focus on the DPO comments from council and the applicant and kind of the evolution of where we got with those red lines that appeared in the proposed order. So I'm going to focus on those. And then based on council's deliberation and discussion, if council changes makes any material changes, which we consider those changes to conditions in the site certificate and not necessarily updating a finding of fact, that wouldn't be considered a material change. If council makes any material changes to conditions as they are in the proposed order, then there would be an opportunity, what we call this material change hearing, to where the applicant would have an opportunity to comment on those changes. So here is the procedural history. Now, the Weston Solar Project is just a 50 megawatt solar facility. So it falls within the threshold, which is less than 99 megawatts of generating capacity, to be processed underneath the expedited review rules, which functionally are the same as a regular applications rules, except there's no notice of intent phase. So the first portion is we actually get a preliminary application rather than a notice of intent. So we have originally, when they requested the expedited review, and then we got the preliminary application in November of 2021. The other, now council is required under statute. Council has some interesting timelines in there, and council has 6 months to reach its final decision after an application for site certificate has been submitted. So, and we consider that the complete application, not the preliminary. So the preliminary was submitted, I'm sorry, it was the preliminary, yeah, it was in 2021, but the application was September 28, 2022. And so the 6 months is March 28, 2022, 2023, right? Yes, right, yes, I can count. So this is timely, but we are still within our timeframes. So this is the portion of the statute that is guiding the scope of council's review. Now there is this,
Councilmember Choctaw, are you able to hear us?
I can't speak. You've muted me. You've muted me.
What's going on is he's logged in twice. I think he's logged in, like, where you can see him. And then I think he also has his phone that he was probably trying to use for audio. And that's where we were getting feedback is that, is if he's using his phone for audio and he has that mic unmuted, that's if you get that horrible feedback.
Yeah. So he's shaking his head right now. And it, so he can, looks like he can
But he
hear.
might be shaking his head because he can't hear us.
Oh, true enough.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not muting or unmuting him in any way. I mean, that's, but he can't
You
mute.
are. Yes, you are.
He said, yes, you are.
Can we call him?
So Councilmember Chalky, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear us? Okay, can you speak right now?
I think maybe I know what he means now. His phone is.
Tell him, we can hear you. We can hear you when you
You can
talk.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
My phone's not on.
Okay, well, then the webinar is working
I think-
because we can hear you.
Well, I think we can hear you through the computer.
It says you muted me.
Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from, but we can hear you right now.
So I mean.
You guys have a background feed. It's echoing.
Huh? So are you logged in on your phone and your computer?
No. My
Just the
phone's
computer.
off.
Okay. Yeah. Councilmember Truitt, are you hearing any echoing?
No, everything sounds good on my end.
Yeah. So I,
It sounds like you guys are talking from a long tunnel.
And he doesn't have his phone on, just the webinar.
well,
Like log off and log back on.
you can, before you do that, I'll just say I show you as logged in twice. And the second login, I just made a panelist as well. So you would have control over mute and unmute over that. That helps.
Let's see. Yes, I do. Yes, it did. And the start video just came back on.
Okay.
Okay, how's it now? Are you able to hear us without an echo?
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right.
All right. Everybody wins. All right, I'm proceeding, but if there's any issues, just let us know and I'll stop and we can troubleshoot. So the scope of council's review, the council may amend or reject the proposed order. So council has three options, right? Council can, approve the proposed order as is a staff, recommended it and as it, was issued. And then if council amends or rejects the proposed order, that's when we go into that material change hearing. Now, under this statute, the department is required to issue notice of this, of a, hearing to adopt a final order. And that procedural box was checked, because we included that provision in, when we issued the agenda for this meeting. So that's how functionally how we addressed that notice. Which there is a part here, and I apologize, I'm gonna go back because I totally skipped over. So we issued the proposed order. And when we issued the proposed order, we, as council knows, for applications, new applications, there's an automatic contested case compared to an amendment where individuals have to request a contested case. So the contested case, at the conclusion, when there was an opportunity for parties who commented on the draft proposed order to submit a petition for contested case, no petitions were received. So the hearing officer functionally opens and closes the contested case. And so she issued her order concluding the contested case on February 17th. So at the conclusion of the contested case, which technically there was one, there was just no parties, council shall issue a final order, either approving or rejecting the application. So as we've gone through before, there's the standards, and the question council's asking itself is the preponderance of evidence support the conclusion that the applicant has met the applicable standards, rules, and laws that apply to the facility. And again, preponderance of evidence, is it more likely than not that the standard has been met, that is under scrutiny? So as a reminder, where are we? Just back in, was it November? We were in beautiful Hermiston in Umatilla County. The facility site is a relatively small site compared to what FSEC does review. We are looking at a 324 acre site boundary, kind of right outside of Hermiston. And the applicant is EE Weston LLC, a subsidiary of Eurus Solar Holdings and Eurus Energy. Related or supporting facilities associated with this project are centralized or dispersed battery storage system, a substation, and then a switchyard substation, which would interconnect with an existing transmission line. One of the items of note that is the focus of this application is that a couple benefits of this site is that there is basically no access road. There's an access driveway off of the main road there, which maybe we can look at this. And it's a little bit hard to read. But the road on the right-hand screen, there is the applicant would put.
Can you make sure, just because the council members Hal and Devlin can't see it, they're running it on their own. So just sort of clarify which
Okay.
side we're on.
Okay, council members Hal and Devlin, I'm on the project overview slide that has kind of a more detailed layout of the facility site. So the applicant is not proposing a transmission line with this facility because it's proposing to interconnect with one of 3 transmission lines that run adjacent to or over the site boundary. As we can see here, the facility layout has kind of avoidance corridors for the 2 existing transmission lines that crisscross over the facility site. But the substation and switching station are more to the east end next to the road, because the applicant anticipates connecting into the UEC line that runs parallel to the site. So this is, keep this in mind, and we have another figure when we're talking about the goal inception and the locational dependency. This is one of those sites that really minimizes facility components and other impacts because of its location relative to the existing transmission corridor and existing access roads. Let's see, so part of the other related supporting facilities common to solar facilities is there would be a 34.5 kV collector lines. There would be interior service roads. The applicant is proposing that the site boundary be a micrositing corridor. So even though we're looking at this facility layout here, this is not what they would be bound to. They would be able to move facility components anywhere within there, subject to the site certificate conditions. So there are conditions that represent a setback on this southern portion where there are those pivot circles. There's a condition for setbacks from the fence line from there. And then, under the, I think it might be a cultural condition or land use condition, there's setbacks from the facility components to those transmission lines, which is also related to wildfire, et cetera. I'm now going to move into the standards that I'm going to focus on. So I'm going to move to the organizational expertise slide. Council members online, do any council members have any questions about the proposed facility? Okay. So the council's organizational expertise requires that the council determine whether the applicant has the abilities and resources to build and operate a retire facility. Determining compliance with the standard, the council considers the applicant's past experience with similar projects, regulatory citations, and evidence of technical, managerial, organizational expertise. Now, part of the standard does contemplate the applicant's access to technical expertise and the applicant's past performance. We know for the projects that are proposed to council, most have, the vast majority, have a specific LLC associated or project-specific LLC associated with it. However, many applicants rely on the technical expertise of the parent company because the project-specific LLC doesn't actually have, it's proposing the application, but it doesn't have, its representative assets or operational base to provide that demonstration. So part of the standard does contemplate access to those resources. Now onto the second organizational expertise slide. This is, again, a summary of what we talked about, or what the applicant provided in response to comments on the draft proposed order from council. And this is, or what was also in the draft proposed order, is that the applicant, Mira Energies, past development experience of renewable energy projects. The applicant does have experience with a wind facility in Oregon and then other solar facilities in the United States. And so these are findings that are also woven into the proposed order. Let's see, in the staff report and in a table of section 3C, it's kind of the procedural history part of the proposed order, the department included a table, which is kind of a crosswalk in between the comments provided on the draft proposed order and ultimately the ultimate deposition, or what we did with that and where in the proposed order you can find that. So the applicant did have some comments on some organizational expertise conditions, or one of them, to which the department, I think the department predominantly agreed with all of the applicants' comments on condition language and made those changes, except this organizational expertise condition. The department maintained the original condition. So, as we remember back in time, so we had the DPO hearing where members of the public and council commented on the record of the DPO. And then the applicant requested to leave the record open for 2 weeks to respond to comments. And then that closed. And after that closes, that triggers council's next procedural step of its review of the DPO. So, and so based on council's review of the DPO, which happened in December, we had a pretty lengthy discussion. We had tweaked this organizational expertise condition and had this kind of 5-year review. I don't know if council's members remember that conversation. We originally had some draft language of 5-year review of incident reports, and then we unpacked that and ultimately went away with adding in this, what I'm just kind of collectively calling the incident report organizational expertise condition. This is what we reflected, how we understood what council members wanted. And it does relate to then this modification in the retirement financial assurance condition. Now, these two can function together, but since they also live in separate conditions, they can also kind of function separately. Do the council members want me to read it or explain it, or does council have questions about ultimately what we did?
So let's pause a second. Councilmember Devlin, Choctaw, or Truitt, do any of you have any questions or comments at this time? Vice Chair Howe? Okay, well, we're getting nothing, so either of you, Councilmember Condon?
Councilmember Condon here, and just to say, I think that you did a really good job of capturing, the extent of the conversation at the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, we're, keep trucking.
All right, we're gonna keep on going, and just as council understands, we do reflect and update in the findings, support for these revisions.
And I just like to remind the council members who are not present, please just feel free to speak up. We're looking and watching, but it may be easier for you just to say, excuse me, so we don't miss you and you can be timely with your comments.
Excellent. So I'm going to now move on to the land use standard. And I will jump in here. So as provided in the staff report, and in that summary table, the applicant had several comments about revisions to some land use conditions, which the department concurred with and agreed with, and we reviewed those in council's review of the DPO. So those largely kind of updating tax lots and then removing some applicable criteria that didn't apply to the facility as confirmed with Umatilla County. So as we all recall, we had some lengthy discussions about the goal exception. So a goal exception, the applicant proposed, the department recommended a goal exception underneath these 4 reasons. So, which I'll pause for a second. Councilmember Devlin, and how I am on the slide, the second land use slide. I do have this recommended land use condition 6. There were no revisions done to it. It's just what I think is an interesting condition that does contemplate, and it's kind of related to that locational dependency reason we have a condition requesting that requiring that the applicant confirm basically which transmission line does it tie into, so that we would get a copy of the interconnection agreement, which I think relates to that locational dependency. So the department recommends a goal exception underneath the locational dependency, minimal direct impacts to agriculture in the subject tracts, minimal indirect impacts to agricultural within the surrounding area, and minimal impacts to resources protected by council standards. Now, the one that was discussed the most was the minimal direct impacts to ag within the subject tracts. So I'm going to move on to the third land use slide, which has a whole bunch of kind of pictures, snippets in there. So underneath the minimal direct impacts to ag in the application, the applicant provided evidence. And there was, in some figures, some conflicting information about the status of irrigation on some adjacent plots, to which then Councilmember Jenkins raised, while still on the record, while the record was still open, and in a supplemental package provided by the applicant, they provided a copy of the legal recording of the landowner's notice of East Improvement District. So this is an irrigation district. And then they also provided documentation of the ability to access groundwater or wells in the area. And then some landowner testimony while the record was still open. Councilmember Bear requested a figure of the Oregon Water Resource Department, critical ground use area, and then we received some additional landowner testimony. So that was all provided while the record was still open. And then, however, with that ongoing conversation, the applicant did request to leave the record open for 2 weeks, to which they provided a supplemental, response package, which a lot of it had the same information, just to kind of bundle it together, button it up. They re-provided a lot of information that they had already provided, and with additional confirmation from Oregon Water Resource Department, but they also provided additional, cost and production data for wheat production in the area, and additional information about about the soil capabilities associated with wheat production. So all of that was provided on the record, to which then the department wove in as evidence in the applicable portion of the proposed order. Let's see what, so I'm gonna go to a figure which kind of captures the, updated takeaway. This figure functionally replaced that one that Councilmember Jenkins originally pointed out. And that's a little bit hard to see here, but this figure captures the irrigation status of the adjacent parcels and of the subject parcels, which there is no irrigation status. So this figure was woven into the proposed order. And how that works really, is that this functionally supersedes or replaces that old figure in the application. Because council's process is an evidentiary based, evidence is added to the record, right? And then that's what we're looking at when we ask ourselves about the preponderance of evidence. So then, in council's rules and statutes, even though the record closes at the conclusion of the DPO, the department is allotted space that's called for reviewing agency consultation during its preparation of the proposed order. So during this time, the department reached out to the Oregon Water Resource Department to confirm, irrigation status and the groundwater data. The department also reached out to the Department of Agriculture to confirm kind of what was raised by Councilmember Jenkins and some other council members about being interested in finding out if there's a regional assessment that would really inform the appropriateness of taking these parcels out of ag, even though they weren't active ag. The concern was, were their soils viable enough to potentially be ag? And the department also engaged its consultant in doing some research on that. And really, and I think that one of the best takeaways, I don't have the exact page number, but we get below this table 3C, below this summary table and kind of that front end of the proposed order, the department kind of provides a summary of the work that would need to go in to provide evidence for kind of the question as we understood it. And it really is, it's a really big evaluation. And again, with the original, with questions about what the original question was. So really the department and the department footnotes and points council to its previous decisions for this reason. And the other projects that council looked at and said a goal exception, including this reason, was appropriate, and to point council to see that actually for this project, there was a lot more evidence provided on the record to support that there would actually be minimal direct impacts to ag on those subject plots. And so really the department recommends that that reason be maintained because of the evidence that was provided on the record in response to the comments.
Madam Chair, is this a good time to discuss that particular issue and all the work that was done to build the record, or do we want to do that at the end? Because I know there was a lot of discussion during the last meeting, just want to make sure we're all on the same page on this one.
My preference would be to do, this is Marcy, my preference would be to address it now, so we can have it captured. So if you have comments, please feel free.
Thank you. So, for the record, Ann Byer, thank you to staff and to the applicant for digging in on this because it's such an odd piece of property, right? There's this little donut hole that has no irrigation. But for that, maybe it could grow stuff. And so I certainly respect, former Councilor Jenkins' assessment of this. I think having the information from Water Resources, I found the wheat growing information particularly telling, and then the enhanced soil operation. I appreciate the work done by staff and Oregon Department of Agriculture to speak to the regional analysis. Just on my own, I'm a little bit leery of going to that level of analysis. I don't think we're required to by statute. I don't think our rules speak to that. I don't think it's beyond the basic land use framework. And it certainly is contrary to how we have processed these applications in the past. So again, thank you to staff and the applicant for building a record that I think provides evidence that there are minimal impacts to agriculture. And with everything else on the plate, I think that regional analysis just goes beyond what we're required to do at this point to make that finding. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. All right, well, we've reminded everyone that if your council member is on the phone, feel free to speak up at any time. If we don't hear anything, Helen, continue.
Okay, well,
Chair Grail,
Yes.
this is Kent, and just to make sure that, are we moving from the Goal 3 exception now? Because I, like Councilor Byer, want to make a few comments as well. Is this the time to do it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to limit these comments to the Goal 3 exception, but it's stuff I want to get into the records, and I think it won't take too long, just a few minutes. First of all, the Goal 3 exception requirement set a high threshold in order to remove land from Oregon's finite agricultural inventory. The definition of farm use includes planting, growing, harvesting, managing crops, land, and livestock to make a profit. Council indicated our concern about lowering the threshold for an exception that we would be held to in future applications. We felt the earlier record was incomplete or unclear, and after the additional work by Ms. Tardyweather, Ms. Esterson, and the information provided by the applicant, I feel the record has now been clarified to justify a Goal 3 exception for this project. And if you can bear with me for just a couple of minutes, I'd like to elaborate. There's 3 categories of agricultural land: high value, arable, and non-arable. The LCDC solar rules were designed to incentivize development on non-arable land, so the threshold for a successful application on non-arable land was lowered. I feel FSEC is likely to see more applications on arable lands, and council needs to be clear that we must have sound reasons for taking arable lands out of agricultural production. A Goal 3 exception is required if more than 12 acres of the project are sited on high-value farm soils or more than 20 acres of the project sited on arable soils. The West End Solar Facility project exceeds both of these limitations. And if the property is not already developed
or committed because of surrounding development, then the Goal 3 rule allows the council to consider reasons to justify an exception to the statewide policy embodied in Goal 3 on the basis of, and we've gone over these, the locational dependency, the minimal direct impacts to agriculture with the subject tracts, the minimal indirect impacts to agriculture within the surrounding area, and the minimal impacts to other resources protected by council standards. So very briefly, regarding locational dependency, the proposed site would not require new transmission lines. Neither the applicant nor Umatilla County have identified Goal 5 resources within the site boundary. Construction and operation of the proposed facility will not impact any NRHP eligible historic, cultural, or archaeological resources, nor impact any important recreational opportunities, nor any wetlands or waters of the state, and is located directly off a primary road, South Edwards, which feeds directly to US 395. And the proposed site would not require new transmission lines. Therefore, I find that with an interconnection agreement on which approval is conditioned, locational dependency is one of the 4 reasons justifying a Goal 3 exception. Regarding the minimal direct impacts to agriculture within the subject tracts, Arthur Pryor, owner of Tract 1, has not used the land for cultivation because of the lack of available water and marginal production capacity. Dryland wheat farming is not economically feasible on Tract 1 given the limited acreage of arable soils, 102 acres, the lack of existing or ability to obtain a water right, the low potential for dryland crop yield, and the high cost of wheat cultivation. 63% of the tract is Atkins fine sandy loam soil that is extremely limiting for dryland cultivation and can actually be detrimental due to risk of wind erosion. Tract 1 has no irrigation water, and the Stage Gulch critical groundwater area does not allow acquisition of new groundwater rights. Even Wanda Scott, owners of Tract 2, have demonstrated their property is not viable for farm use without a water right. Tract 2 is within the Stage Gulch critical groundwater area and does not allow acquisition of new groundwater rights. They cultivated dryland wheat in 2013 and 15, producing 14 and 11 bushels per acre respectively. They received $5.55 a bushel for a total of revenue of $8,097. However, the cost of producing the 2015 crop was $16,000, which resulted in a loss of $8,000. Therefore, the land is left fallow because of lack of profitability, and they can't secure water rights for irrigation. I therefore find that the direct impact to agriculture within the subject tracts would be minimal. The third one is the minimal indirect impacts to agriculture within the surrounding area. The proposed facility will not require relocating access roads or farm infrastructure on neighboring properties. The site's not currently, nor in the last 50 years, has it been used for or in support of agricultural activity. And I therefore find that the indirect impact to agricultural goods and services within the county would be minimal or none. And the last point is the minimal impacts to other resources. Neither the applicant nor Umatilla County have identified Goal 5 resources within the site boundary. The construction and operation of the proposed facility will not impact any NRHP eligible historic, cultural, or archaeological resources. Construction and operation of the proposed facility will not impact any important recreational opportunities nor impact any Goal 5 wetlands or waters of the state. The habitat is suitable for Washington ground squirrel and Lawrence milkvet, which are state-listed threatened and endangered species and plants. However, surveys conducted in 2020 and 2021 at the site identified no presence of these species, but if any, Washington ground squirrel colonies or burrows are identified during the pre-construction surveys, threatened and endangered species condition 2 would then require avoidance of the identified Washington ground squirrel habitat. Therefore, Madam Chair, I feel the council can find that 1, the locational dependency, 2, minimal direct impacts to agriculture within subject tracts, 3, minimal indirect impacts to agriculture within surrounding area, and 4, the minimal impact to other resources protected by council standards as the 4 reasons that cumulatively justify taking an exception to statewide policy embodied in Goal 3. So thanks for letting me read that into the record. Again, staff has done a great job of getting the additional information I think we needed out of the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember, Vice Chair Howe. I don't want to speak for staff, but I might ask that you send your comments to Secretary Cornett. I think they are well articulated, and it will probably save a lot of time and confusion. As chair, I would just like to thank you and Councilmember Byer for your comments. As I've stated frequently and continue to do so, I know very little about land use. And so that was great, great synopsis for me to understand why. And Councilmember Condon is shaking her head yes as well. Todd, Patrick, sorry, both of you.
That was gonna be my request, so I'm good.
As council.
Just 1 second, council is speaking. Go ahead, Patrick.
I just want to also express my thanks to Councilmember Byer and Councilmember Howe for articulating the reasons for finding the exception. Exceptions to land use goals are important if you're going to make an exception, and when you articulate the basis for that exception, it makes all of our jobs easier were this ever to be subject to challenge. I don't expect it will be, but it's that type of articulation of your rationale and your findings that makes your actions more legally defensible. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Then you should give yourself a pat on the back. That means we were good students and we listened. Councilmember Choptoo or Devlin, I'm not sure which of you were wishing to speak.
Chair Grill, this is Perry Chalker. I'd like to, first off, I'd like to thank Mr. Howe for his statements that he made. In Southern Oregon, we are facing a problem such as this. Water is hard to come by, and farmers are saying, let's put solar on it. I've noticed in the past 5 or 10 years, a lot of major solar projects went in right in the middle of farm fields. So the investigation, Councilman Howe did it, it was just perfect, right on the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that feedback. Secretary Cornett?
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett, just want to do a quick sound check. So Councilmember Choctaw, we heard you, hopefully you heard us, so I think you're probably fine. Councilmember Truitt, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, everything's loud and clear, no echoes. But I did
Thank
hear
you.
Perry's feedback.
And then Councilmember Devlin, are you able to hear us?
I'm able to hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay,
and-
I'm just so that you know, I'm switching back and forth, trying to get the WebEx to work on the laptop.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And I think we clearly heard that question as well. So just wanted to do a quick mic check, make sure everybody was still kind of working.
Very wise. Thank you. All right. Any comments? We are.
Okay, well, that concluded, for the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather, what I was going to present on. So the next portion is council's deliberation, which is, you can kind of stream through the comments it's all on the record. So, so council has any other questions about the proposed order, but that was the scope of what I was going to touch on today. And I can go anywhere else where council wants to go.
Okay, thank you.
So, I'm sorry. So council deliberates again. This is deliberation. I have another slide. If in council's discussion, we tweak, any conditions, I have this slide up. That's the material change hearing. If we don't get to that, or I can just go to the, this is the adoption. So anyways, it's council's deliberation. Maybe I'll leave this up. This is kind of a scope.
So this is Marcy, and this is the slide that says council adoption of final order is what she's put up. Secretary Cornett has a comment.
For the record, Todd Cornett. I just wanted to ask and see if council members, since this is, I believe I'm correct, the first time that council would be issuing a final order where the wildfire standard is a new standard. If council members have any questions, or if you wanted Ms. Tardy-Weather to go over how that would work at all, or if you had enough information from the draft proposed order hearing.
So,
Councilmember Byer.
thank you, Chair Graham. For the record, Ann Byer, since I was the one who was sort of uppity about the wildfire standard at the January meeting, I would distinguish this particular application and the condition from the one we saw with Oregon Trail. I believe the applicant proposed a 5-year renewal and review of the wildfire risk. I think the risks of this site are distinguishable from the Oregon Trail. So I just want to make sure as we impose the wildfire plan standards that we're clear on why we require certain reviews, how those are handled, and tie them back to the risk factors. And I'm comfortable with this one, so just wanted to make that point because it did look like a slightly different condition than the other projects that we've seen. And since these are new, I think we will kind of address these conditions on a project-specific basis. Again, I'm comfortable with that as long as we're making findings to reflect that.
And Kellen Tardy-Weather, for the record, I do want to note that the applicant did not propose the 5 years. That was a department recommendation.
Okay, as I read it, it was a little unclear.
Well, it was kind of through the review of that section. I think that was kind of what we recommended, so it may have been in their application, but it came through our review of that's what, it came from the department. I think the applicant did, originally, I don't know if it was a periodic review or something.
And in this case, just for the record, it's a property that's surrounded by irrigated agriculture. There's a fairly low risk of wildfire, and they've addressed the other factors, so I'm comfortable with the 5-year review.
Thank you. Other questions, comments related to Secretary Cornett's question about the wildfire, if we needed additional information? Councilmember Condon?
For the record, Cindy Condon. Because the wildfire rules are so new and these are our first coming through, I am very interested in that, in the process of review and approval. Since we are in approval, we're approving those plans. I am interested in what that process is for investigation. You know, how staff reviews the plans, the expertise as it's brought to council in the future. We don't have to necessarily talk about it now, but I think we'll learn a lot through this process. And as each of these come through with different risk factors and how those are assessed. So.
Yeah, and I don't have didn't look at it. I didn't look at it. I don't have the condition in front of me, but the intent in my mind and like in the reading of the rule is that kind of the information requirement in the application is like a baseline evaluation. What does the site look like when we're looking at it? And then in the wildfire mitigation plan, because to me, the standard reads and contemplates that wildfire risk is dynamic. That's what it's trying to capture, is that the landscape changes based on development, climate change, drought, all of these aspects. And that's what we're trying to get snapshots on through time to see if what is being proposed at the site by the applicant in inspections, vegetation management, et cetera, is still adequate to adjust or pivot to any increase in risk.
Thank you.
And I think it'll be interesting because we haven't reviewed one yet. So when I think it'll be interesting when we do get one and have updates about what that looks like.
Agreed, thank you.
All right, other comments? Then let's get back to our ready to deliberate this final order.
Well, Madam Chair, this is Kent.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to make a motion if the rest of council's ready.
We are ready from what I can tell. Fire away, sir.
Okay. Well, I move that the council approve the application for site certificate for the West End Solar Project based on the recommended findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval as presented in the proposed order, and issue a final order and site certificate as presented and recommended by staff.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Councilmember Condon.
Councilmember Condon for the record, and I second that.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, comments? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Perry Chalktooth, come back around.
Harry, we're gonna come back to you so we can pick you up.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Perry Chalktooth.
Still showing he's on, he's not muted.
Councilmember Chalktooth, we're not able to hear you if you can hear us right now. Just one more call for the vote. So if you can hear us, Councilmember Chalktooth, please designate whether you voting for or against the motion. Well, there was enough for a affirmative decision, so
Okay,
I would say motion carries.
thank you. Kellen, as always, thank you for your thoroughness in being engaging, and we acknowledge the applicant for their efforts in addressing our concerns and questions. Thank you for being a good participant in this process. To council, thank you for everyone's comments, and as Patrick stated, our ability to have things clear on our minds that will help everyone in the long haul. So thank you very much. I'm just gonna look at Todd for a time check. We are doing great in my mind. So, agenda item C is our 2023 legislative session update. This is an information item where we have Christie, the government relations coordinator, to give us an overview on what's happening in this session.
Hi there. Thank you, Chair Grail, members of the council. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, I'm normally in our office every day except for Fridays because I volunteer at my daughter's school. So I'm sorry to not be there in person, but not sorry to volunteer at my daughter's school on Fridays. So, but do wish I could be there. But did just want to come by today at Secretary Cornett's request to talk about the legislative session, give kind of a midpoint update, and also share what we know around some of the siting legislation that is still in the mix right now. I'm going to keep it pretty quick and high level and hope that you all have clarifying questions. This is meant to just be an update. And there's actually a lot that we don't know right now. So I just want to be candid about that and just really open the door to questions, discussion, comments to help sort of inform my work and Secretary Cornett and other staff members in the siting division who are also engaged in the legislature with me. So with that, we can go to the next slide, please. Thanks. So I highlighted where we are, as Councilor Devlin can attest. One of the busiest times of each legislative session is right where we are now. Between that deadline, first chamber to post work session, what that means is a work session is where bills move out of committees. And so there's a deadline by which any bill that's going to be moved out of committee gets posted. And then there's a scramble for those bills to move out of committee and into either another committee or to the floor for a vote of that first chamber. And what it means at a state agency is we are getting a ton of fiscal impact statement requests. So we are just looking at bills, seeing what kind of new work they would give to us and figuring out how we would staff that new work, if we need resources for contracting, so on and so forth. So it is an extremely busy time at the Department of Energy right now. And that's because there's actually a lot of bills, I say, with our name in it, that would give us new work. So in one way, it's kind of exciting that the legislature entrusts us with doing work that they find important. But in another sense, having to do sort of quick program design on the fly with a couple of days notice right now is feeling a little rough. So just kind of wanted to generally flag that sort of big picture, where we are in the session, what it's like to be at the Department of Energy when this is happening. What it also means is that policy bills are sort of racing through really quick turnarounds for amendment requests or amendments. So there could be a bill that looks like one thing and an amendment could come in and completely change it. Or we could get all of our plans laid out to be ready for that fiscal impact statement request about what a bill would cost our agency, just to have the whole bill dramatically change. We're experiencing that right now with an amendment we just saw yesterday, and we're having to, like I said, kind of on the fly design what a program would look like for the agency. So just kind of giving that sense of how things are going, but also I think it's pretty relevant to how things are going on citing bills. So with that, I'll go, I can take any questions on general timeline if you like, but just really quickly to preview ahead. The legislative session has to end by the end of June constitutionally. And then there's other deadlines coming too, but really after April 4th, that sort of frenzied nature of the place dies down for a little while until it just becomes the budget conversation about anything that's going to cost money. And then it gets frenetic again in May. And for some people in the legislature, and not all, it gets frenetic all the way through June. So I'm just kind of giving that general context. And then we can go to the next slide. But if anybody has questions along the way, I'd welcome folks to just feel free to interrupt me as I'm going. That's fine with me. So one area that I know that our counselors and our staff at Siting track closely relate to nuclear energy. I think most of you probably know that there's some decades old statutes on the books in Oregon that make it basically impossible to site nuclear facilities in Oregon, with some exceptions for very small facilities. I think some folks might know that there's, like at Reed and OSU, each of them have some sort of small test nuclear type projects, but not big enough to trigger that ban on nuclear energy facilities. It's not really a ban outright. It's like practically a ban, I guess. But anyway, there were 3 bills that were all very similar or even identical that would have undone that statute that creates that practical ban. And one of them, House Bill 2215, the first one listed here, had a public hearing this session. And actually, they had 2 public hearings. There was enough testimony that it spilled over into another day. So just wanted to flag that there was a lot of conversation about this issue in the House Climate, Energy and Environment Committee this year. 3 legislators introduced the bill, came and testified in support of the bill. And then there was an Oregon-based company that also testified in support, as well as other sort of interests related to the emerging field, mostly of small modular nuclear reactors. And so there was also plenty of testimony in opposition related to environmental justice concerns for the most part, I would say. And then the other 2 bills that were in the Senate did not have hearings this session. And these 3 bills all, as we say in the Capitol, died with that deadline that I mentioned that happened last week on St. Patrick's Day this year. There was also a bill that would have made small modular reactors not AFSEC jurisdictional. That bill also did not have a hearing and did not move forward. And then lastly, there's a bill, oh gosh, because of the captioning, I can't see my screen, but I think it's thorium. I've not ever said the word out loud and now I can't see it. But it's there was a bill that would have allowed some work on that as a nuclear power source. And that bill also, without a hearing, did not move forward this session. So that's kind of the update on all things nuclear. This continues to be a perennial topic at the legislature. 2 years ago, there were hearings on bills, and obviously, once again, this session. So just wanted to give that update. And unless there's any questions on that topic, we can move on to the next slide. Great. So there are still siting related bills that are alive. And this has been a really interesting process to see unfold this session and beforehand. I know that there were some of the folks that were working on a table, we're calling it a table, but it was kind of a very large group that was getting together on Friday afternoons to talk about siting related issues, land use, just a whole lot of different relevant or related topics to energy facility development or siting. And so that particular table and coalition together introduced 2 bills. And it's actually kind of funny because it's just a coincidence that the first one, which is kind of out of series, is the first one that coalition introduced as what's called a placeholder that sort of is there for them to use once everybody arrives at what a bill will look like. And then oddly enough, there were 2 other siting bills I'll tell you about in a second. And then the third bill that's in that series and the 4th bill on this list, 3181, is the other vehicle or placeholder bill that came from that coalition. And like I said, coincidentally, a different, there was that coalition work. And then meanwhile, a developer led some conversations and some work with legislators and put in 2 placeholders as well that just happened to be immediately preceding that third one. And that's House Bill 3179 and House Bill 3180. So all of this to say that actually, much like the clean electricity standard concept 2 years ago, there were sort of 2 and actually similar folks involved. There were kind of 2 approaches on how to move forward with that standard. And there was a lot of conversation and activity happening all session long to figure out which vehicle it was going to be. That's actually been a similar dynamic has played out again, but on this siting and kind of related energy development, renewable energy development specifically conversation. There's kind of different approaches and different folks working on different things, which has certainly made it a challenge to track and also to kind of know what exactly is going to pop out of these many conversations on many varied topics that have been happening this session. I really want to commend the staff at the siting division, particularly Todd Cornett and Wally Adams, who've actually been tracking. Wally's been tracking this table alongside me, but doing it, having much more expertise than me, and sort of making a better listener throughout sort of the whole process. And Todd and Wally, for example, are still somehow, despite how busy everybody is, making time to make sure that we're on any conversation that we get invited to for the most part on these topics, so that we can be listening, hearing what's going on, so that we can sort of be ready to provide technical input as that's helpful to crafting legislation. So despite the difficulty of tracking, I think we're doing our best and kind of we're in the middle of it and kind of trying to figure out where we are. We're working closely with our fellow state agencies. And so together we've been sort of sharing information and trying to figure out sort of approach on how we feel about these different pieces of this sort of large and frankly a little confusing puzzle. And as that puzzle sort of starts to be put together, being ready for that. So I'll share just kind of where we are, what I know about each of these bills that are still alive. But I will just say that there have been meetings that we've not been included in where things might have come up. So there might be especially people listening to the conversation that know more than I do. So I just want to be really clear from the beginning. And then also there's things where we kind of have a pretty good idea of what's going on. So if somebody hears something or in the audience and it's wrong, I'm really sorry. I'm just sort of doing my best with the information that I have and know about a topic that has had a lot of different disparate conversations. So, yes.
I've tried to, in my day job, not my volunteer job.
Yeah.
Participate in as many of these conversations as possible. And I can tell all of you, these conversations are happening in multiple places, some of them in duplicate fashion. And I don't consider myself an expert in any of it either. But just being able to listen and think, wow, that's not accurate, or that's not correct, or just from the work that we see here, for example, we know there are a lot of things that have been approved through FSEC that have not yet been constructed. The process isn't broken, it works. It's not our fault that it's not. And so finding tactful ways to share information, or at least encourage people to look for things, is something that we can all do, whether through our own legislators, our friends, or whatever. But I think it's important to recognize we have to find ways to participate. I believe everyone's intentions are good, but some folks really don't know. So I just want to say thank you to you for your work. This is a fascinating time to be in the legislature with the continuous turnover, the things that we have from a goal perspective to get to zero carbon. Things are happening simultaneously at the Regulatory Commission. So thank you for your efforts. And Wally, Todd, I see your names in those chat boxes a lot. So thank you very much.
Oh, thanks. I guess I should open the chat. I'm on as an attendee and I'm not, oh, I guess I'm on as a panelist. Oh, no, I can't see the chat.
Keep tracking.
Oh, sorry. Chris, I think Chair Grell meant on the Verde sighting tables in the chats.
Yes.
Oh,
Not here.
okay. Okay. Thank you. I was like, what's happening in the chat? I can't see it. Okay.
I see them, I know that they're participating because when we have to
Yes.
identify ourselves.
Right.
So that's all. I'm
Yes.
sorry to confuse you.
Oh, no, it's great. Thank you so much, Chair Grell, for the comments and for your paying attention and being at these meetings too, and seeing just how sort of complicated it has been to follow. So House Bill, and that's the sort of table process has been a little less difficult to follow. It's been sort of the side conversations that have been happening that have been harder, for what it's worth. Because that process, I actually feel like was like really interesting to participate in. House Bill 2989 is one of those that I mentioned. And I turned these slides in 2 days ago, and of course, something's already changed. We had been told House Bill 2989 would become something along the lines of FSEC streamlining. And we've been in a lot of conversations about this lately in the past couple of weeks. And last we heard, although again, things seem to be changing quickly and without much notice, we saw an amendment to this bill that just would add storage only, battery storage only, to FSEC jurisdiction for large storage projects. So we have seen language on that. Got an email this morning that they're still working on amendments, but not sure if that's beyond that topic or just sticking to that topic and amendments on that. So just that looks like what that bill is. So please maybe ignore my expected to become, because actually maybe it's going to be something different. So that's where that bill is. House Bill 3179 was a placeholder bill. Again, this was one that did not come from that coalition process, but came from a developer and working with legislators. And there was a -2 amendment on that. We put in comments on that. A lot of what Chair Grail said about looking at that, it just seems like solution without a problem, if that makes sense to us. And so we, while having no position on the bill, submitted some testimony and some fact sheets to help legislators understand just the good work that FSEC does and sort of how different aspects of our work stack up in different ways. The bill included, for example, if there was already federal jurisdiction, then FSEC would not have jurisdiction. And so kind of talking a little bit about how federal siting process differs from FSEC process, just to give an example of something in the bill and that we put a fact sheet together to help legislators understand it. So at this point, we're not expecting that bill to move forward. And in breaking news that I got overnight, essentially, it sounds like some pieces of that, particularly related to the jurisdiction for counties on solar projects, might be moving into the next bill. So I will kind of see what happens on this next bill. But right now, House Bill 3180, I was told that it was just land use related provisions, but it looks like some of the elements of 3179 that would affect our work at FSEC might also be in House Bill 3180. 3180 also, I've heard, involves potentially some land use changes. What I was told quickly was those would be limited to Eastern Oregon and in certain circumstances. So on that one, that's an example of one where there have been conversations happening that we have not been as involved with, because at the time they were about land use, but it sounds like it's starting to sort of also include some of our work. So I've reached out and hopefully we'll have some more information on what that bill will look like. That's another one that came from the developer, but it sounds like the people that were working on that citing table are working with the developer on House Bill 3180 at this point. And you could ask questions on that one and I will not be able to answer because we haven't seen language, or maybe we've seen some language, but I'm not sure we're completely in the loop on that one. And then finally, House Bill 3181 started out as a placeholder bill put in by that citing table coalition, and that is expected to be, and we've actually now seen language and are very in the loop on this one, and that involves essentially sort of a long-term Department of Energy and DLCD effort to create a lower conflict, I'm calling it a lower conflict siting process, but essentially taking a look at where existing transmission corridors are and seeing if there's places where there could be just sort of reduced, shorter process for in certain scenarios. But actually the bill lays out the process for figuring that out and doesn't actually lay out what that would look like for what it's worth. The bill includes some other provisions as well, or we expect it to include some other provisions as well. One example of one that would touch the work of FSEC involves, I'm conflating bills. I'm worried because I just think I just confused a bill that I wrote up a summary of this morning with this one, or maybe it's related, but maybe Todd can bail me out. There's a piece that has to do with tribal consultation. It's like a funding source, right?
So I can jump in.
Thanks,
so
Todd.
Or
Todd Fournette. Counselor Fournette, sorry.
Chrissy said, these are all sort of, in process right now, but the latest that we saw in 3181 would include a component to provide funding for tribal governments and counties in their kind of review and participation, not even in our process, but I think generally, in, the sort of siting of energy facilities. So there was, that component would be a funding source that would come to the Department of Energy, and then we would, in some fashion, provide that funding to tribal governments and counties. There's not a lot of detail, so that's one of the things that we'll be looking into is, what would the funding source be? How would that process work? Would that be an administrative burden for us so that we could, take and basically absorb with our current sort of staffing and resources, or would there be additional staffing and or resources needed? So again, a lot of really early in terms of our analysis on some of these concepts.
Great. Thank you for bailing me out. It's almost the same thing in a different bill, and I just got worried, but yes. Thank you. So I'm happy to take questions. I admit that it's all quite vague. I'm also open to comments, anything that the council would like to share on these topics. And we can continue to have these conversations as these bills proceed through the legislative process. I should add, I've mentioned that we've seen some language, not all language. All of these bills are up for public hearing and work sessions, which is how they move out of committee next week. So we're really anxious to see the language, figure out how it would affect the work of the agency, have an opportunity ideally to weigh in as appropriate with technical information. So just know that this is all kind of coming to a head, but you can see how close we are to next week and that we still don't have everything in hand.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just had a procedural question. They've all been scheduled, obviously, for hearings and work sessions next week. Do you believe, this is to Ms. Christie, Ms. Split, that any of these bills are going to be moved to rules or possibly even to Ways and Means to keep them alive?
Thank you. Just for the
Yeah.
record, that's Council Member Devlin. Go ahead, Christie.
Great. Thank you, council member, and thank you, Chair Grail. I think the chances of all four of these bills being moved somewhere, either because they've gone through the process and cost money, so then would go to Ways and Means for budgetary consideration, or to rules, seems highly likely.
Okay. Madam Chair, the issue being here is there are ways to get around the deadlines. One of them is to move a bill to rules, the other is to move it to Ways and Means. There are positives and negatives about moving it to rules. The positive is if you have a bill that needs a lot more work, and I mean even from an agency perspective, it might be better than going to rules than going to the floor and potentially passing. The negatives are the staff of the agency and Ms. Split in particular end up having to have their ear close to the ground for the rest of the session, although that's true anyway, because we can find the right relating clause. You can just put about anything into a bill in rules as long as you have the right relating clause. But it is interesting to me because there are a lot of bills that are sometimes very complex that are put into rules and are worked well. And then there are a lot of bills that go into rules that are never seen again. And then there are some bills that go into rules where somehow at the very last moment, the advocates come in and want to modify it substantially. And you can get into some very difficult positions where you've got a bill that potentially might pass that has some real problems with it, simply because there seem to be the votes for the bill. But I just think in this case, it's probably, as Ms. Split might say, a standby for the rest of the session to see what happens with these bills.
Thank you for those comments.
Yes, Councilor Devlin, Chair Grail, I absolutely agree with everything you said. And I can't say I'm super excited to be tracking these closely for the rest of session, but I think that is my fate. One other thing that I will add just to the mix as far as context goes, the budget situation for the state, we've really been, as a state, fairly flush with money, if you will, over the past few years, mostly due to federal investments as a result of COVID and pandemic relief, all of that. And that money has started to go away. And there's also the sort of looming possible recession that has the co-chairs of our budget committees thinking about saving money and waiting for an even rainier day, if you will. Although it's currently snowing at my house, so I don't know. But waiting for that rainier day in a couple of years versus spending rainy day funds now in order to help with potential cuts related to not having as much revenue as we've had in the past couple of years. So just saying, the way that I would kind of summarize that is it means there's not a lot of money to spend on new initiatives. I think each of the concepts we've talked about below have some costs to some state agencies. So just making sure folks kind of know that that's another issue for proponents of these bills to face in passing them.
For the record, Dr. Burnett, Christie, I did have one sort of question or maybe request. If you could give the council a little bit of an overview of the study or the energy strategy bill, that ODO is related to and sort of what the current form and whatever is appropriate to share or you can't share at this point in time.
Yes. So I don't have my usual notebook. I guess it's right here. I'm nervous about the bill number. I think it's House Bill 2534. It's one of those that moved early to Ways and Means, and now I've sort of forgotten about it. So But yes, there is a bill out there. It's a statewide energy strategy. It is indeed House Bill 2534. So I shouldn't have doubted myself. But this particular bill relates to it relates to a biennial energy report recommendation. As you know, that Oregon Department of Energy puts out a robust report on the state of energy. And we put that out last November, and it included a recommendation for a statewide energy strategy. Washington had just gone through this process, and some of the folks listening on the line, if I remember correctly, Chair Grail's familiar with that process. Just happened a year or two ago and was kind of fresh on the mind of many people around the state. And so advocates had, meanwhile, kind of unrelated to our biennial energy report, worked with legislators to introduce a bill this session that would have Oregon create that statewide energy strategy. The idea, really, the way that I think about it, is to put together all the various policies that we have around energy, the data that we have, the information we've already put together, kind of put it all together. I imagine it like a puzzle, and you put the puzzle together, and then you can see where there are gaps. You can see where there are issues that need to be resolved. You can also see where puzzle pieces overlap, and maybe that's not the most efficient. So really getting the right people together to have that conversation and figure out big picture, where are we going? How are we going to get there? And there's been a lot of work that's relevant to that. So it's not starting from scratch. Everything from utility, IRPs, integrated, I'm having a moment.
Resource
I'm
plan.
not gonna, thank you. I was going with research. The word research wouldn't get out of my brain. But anyway, so we don't have to start from scratch with the research because we have the integrated resource plans already from some of our larger utilities as one example of work product that we have. We have a roadmap that's being released next week by the Oregon Global Warming Commission. So we have a lot of that information we need. So it's just putting it together and figuring out where do we go from here. So that bill moved out of committee unanimously and is in Ways and Means now. It's kind of an interesting one. We think that there's federal funding out there that could fund the work, but that federal funding won't be available till after session. So the legislature will have to make a decision about funding that so we can move forward with it now, or perhaps waiting, doing it later if that timeline works out with federal funds. So we'll see how things go with that bill. Does that help? And oh, by the way, I should add, one of the things that could come from that statewide energy strategy is really a true up of how much energy, this electricity, for example, the state needs to meet clean electricity goals. And that relates to siting, and that could help to inform conversations about possible changes or needs within siting or renewable energy development with a more sort of, you might have heard me say earlier, a solution sort of in search of a problem. And so I think it would help us to understand, well, what problem are we trying to solve with work like what you see on this slide here, and having a more clear idea of what the needs are for the state would allow for a more informed decision.
Thank you. I think this is Chair Grill. I think we've heard from the public more than once, members citing what they think were the previous governor's goals, and people pull portions of information out of different spaces. So that we're in one location, that certainly would help our work as well as other agencies, in my opinion. Yes.
Chair Grail, Cindy Cotton for the record. Thank you for the presentation. I am just curious, given what Chair Grail said about, conversations, people saying different things. The testimony that was given by the department, where would we be able to see that? Just like from a talking point.
Yeah, it's
Okay, yeah, thank you, Councilor Condon, Chair Grail. If you go to, if you Google OLIS, that pops up the Oregon Legislative Information System, and you can make sure you're in 2023. It's really, sometimes it likes to open to different years. And then if you put in House Bill 3179, that's where you can look at testimony on that bill. And last I saw, we were kind of the only testimony on it was us and our documents that I mentioned earlier. So you can see those there. We can also send links out, I'm sure, to the council if that works for Secretary Cornett, but how the public accesses that information is on OLIS.
Yeah, but for the record, Todd Cornett, that was going to be also, it is available on OLIS, which is, available to anybody. I will also make a note at the end of the meeting today to forward all of that to council members.
Thank you, thank you. And just to follow up, and 3179 is the only bill that testimony's been given. I mean, if we went out to OLS, it is only 3179.
From us, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
other people have testified on other bills.
Sure, thanks.
Councilmember Byer?
Chair Grant, thank you. Just a reminder that the monthly siting reports are so helpful and really give that little capsule view of energy development in the state. And it shows what has been approved on a, monthly basis. I think that's just a great source of information. And the other bit that when I see these streamlining bills, and I love the idea of improved government efficiency, but boy, with these processes where you want public input, we lose that at some level by streamlining. I mean, we spend a bit of time on public process, and I can't imagine that the state as a whole wants to lose that, but that is just me. So thank you for all your efforts, and take your vitamins and put on your running shoes.
Chair Grill,
Yes.
for the record, this is Perry Chalk. I think at some time in the future, we need to explore how to get the information to the general public on Oregon energy usage and where it actually goes. And I think from the general public that I've talked to, they want assurances that the majority of the energy that is generated in the state of Oregon is actually used by the state of Oregon. And so I applaud any type of clarity that we can provide the general public of Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you. I would encourage everyone to make sure your colleagues, friends, family, allies, adversaries, all are aware of the Oregon Biennial Report. It is full of so much good information. I personally reference it often. I love carrying the hard copy. I'm still anxiously waiting for that. But it's.
Get one today.
Oh, got an update?
You can get one today.
Oh, good.
That's exciting.
I'll check it out on break.
Thank you. But that information to Perry's point is, we see things and there's no secret that information's out there. And so we just have to continue to let people know that they can, if they really want to know, they can find it. I think that is a natural belief, but I think sometimes we hear things and we continue to promote rumors and inaccurate information. So I think it's something we can all continue to make a commitment to doing to reference folks.
Great suggestion.
All right,
Cheers, Val.
go ahead, Councilmember Condon.
Cindy Connick for the record. And I think about a year ago, didn't we go through the biennial report and show that graphic of the energy in Oregon?
Yeah, for the record, Councilmember Condon, yeah, we showed the Sankey chart, which is the one that I think somebody referenced, looks like a squid or an octopus. Yes, we did share that at a prior council meeting, and there's a new version of that, in this one.
It was helpful, I know, for me as a council member to see how the energy in Oregon is used and generated, used, and how much is wasted, quite frankly. Thank you.
All right, well, Christie, fire away, keep going if you have more.
That's all from me, I think. Thanks, Chair Grail.
Does anyone have any other comments or questions for Christie?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
the only comment I might make, I'm not really eager to make comments, but while I believe it's important to understand where the energy produced in Oregon, where it's actually being utilized, I think it's also beneficial to acknowledge that the market-based systems that we have very many positives and could even have more with more coordination. I'm kind of speaking to you from an old orientation from the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. We shouldn't expect always that the energy that's being produced here is going to be utilized here in this state, or that our utilities are not going to, in many cases, use resources from this region and even from other regions. I mean, it's the very nature of energy markets right now. They're expected to become even more fluid than they already are. They'll probably be more coordinated than they already are in the future, and that's probably to the benefit of our consumers in the state. So,
Thank you for that comment, Member Devlin. Well, if there are no further questions, we thank you for your time. We appreciate your efforts in keeping everything on track for the department. This is long session is rough for folks in your position, so thank you for your work.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Thank you, members.
We'll see you soon, probably, at least for a wrap up, I suspect. It is time for a break if everyone would like one, which I think is a splendid idea. It's 10:37. So if we could take a 10-minute break, that would be great. If we could regroup at 10:47. I know that's awkward, but we're going to go with it. So we'll see everyone back at 10:47. Thank you. The time now, 10:50, we have graciously gone over by a couple of minutes. So we are ready to resume our meeting with the next agenda item, which is the Oregon Trail Solar Facility final order on request for amendment 1 of the site certificate. This is an action item. And we have senior siting analyst Kathleen Sloan ready to present. Yes, sir.
Just really quickly before Kate begins. So normally, you know, if we have an in-person meeting for a big agenda item, we would be in person. Kate was intending to be here today in person. She woke up with ice all over her driveway and unable to safely leave her house. So I just wanted to clarify that's why she's participating remotely today rather than in person.
Thank you. And I do know that staff has been great about that. That seems to be the directive that is possible. So thank you. We do not need anyone having an accident to join us. So Kate, I just would remind you, please, that we have several council members remotely. So if periodically you could just identify what slide you're on to help them find it. They're not going to be looking at the screen. They'll be looking at the slides themselves. So if you could do that, that would be awesome.
Okay. Well,
All right. Yours.
thank you, Chair Grail and members of council. And I do apologize for not being there in person today. We got a bit of what I call a wintry mix last night and this morning. We've had like 5 different kinds of weather. So I appreciate being able to participate and present to you remotely. So with no further ado, I will launch into agenda item D, which again is council's review and possible decision on request for amendment 1 of the Oregon Trail Solar Facility. And just real quickly, presentation overview. I'm going to do a little bit of a refresher on the facility itself and the site certificate history, the request for the amendment and proposed changes. Council reviewed this in January at the meeting in Condon. We received comments on the draft proposed order at the public hearing and also from council, so we'll go over that real briefly. And then I'm going to review the proposed order and our staff recommendation to approve as the final order. And then at the end, council will have its opportunity to deliberate and possibly make a decision. So Oregon Trail Solar is an operational facility. It is approved for a combined 41 megawatts of generating power, combination of wind and solar that is not yet constructed. And it also has a shared battery storage with the neighboring Montauk Solar. The Oregon Trail Solar Facility Site Certificate originated out of the amendment number 5, the Montauk Wind Facility Site Certificate, which split that Montauk Wind into 3 separate site certificates. And that happened in 2020. So today, our RFA and our proposed order are specific to the Oregon Trail Solar Facility. So this map just shows the site boundary and the approved micrositing corridor for the facility. The micrositing corridor kind of has 2 components. One was the approved wind component that fits inside the Oregon Trail solar boundary. And the other piece was this 1,228 acres that was approved with the creation of the site certificate for Oregon Trail Solar for a approved micrositing boundary. And for RFA 1, it's important to note that the certificate holder committed that the footprint for the solar should not exceed 400 acres within that 1,228 acres already approved for solar. And this slide is just a real quick procedural history on the RFA. Was filed originally in August of 2022. We issued a DPO, had a DPO hearing in January 2023, held an in-person hearing in Condon, reviewed the DPO with council, took those comments into consideration, issued a proposed order and a notice of contested case on January 25th. And on February 24th, that opportunity to request a contested case closed. There were no requests for a contested case. And so we're here today to review the proposed order and a possible final decision from council. So just really briefly, the request for amendment 1 that the certificate holder requested was to amend condition 24 to extend the construction commencement deadline from August 30th, 2022, bump that out 3 years to August 30th, 2025, and also to make a revision to existing condition 50, subpart B, which was to modify the cultural resources monitoring requirement. And just as a refresher, council scope of review for a time extension request is basically considered a general reopener, so that the department in its DPO and its proposed order consider any changes in facts or law since the last site certificate was issued. And that was the scope of our review as a department when we prepared the DPO and the proposed order. So this slide just shows the site boundary area that was approved by the department for the RFA 1. Because Oregon Trail Solar has shared and supporting facilities that it shares with Montauk Wind and Montauk Solar, the department approved the certificate holder request to exclude the transmission line from the RFA 1 analysis area. So the site boundary excluding the shared transmission line and other shared and related facilities such as the battery storage, which is located on Montauk Solar, are not included in the RFA 1 analysis area. So the department had 9 commenters that commented on the DPO, and that included members of the public, the landowner on which the facility was sited, members and representatives of trade unions, Gillum County, the certificate holder, and comments from council members during the hearing and also during council's review. And those are summarized and compiled in attachment B2 of the proposed order. So the next two slides are basically to set the stage of what we're going to discuss in the revisions and additional findings of fact and amended conditions that were issued in the proposed order. So for this slide, these are the standards that, based upon council's review of the DPO and also the department's preparation of the DPO and the proposed order, there were no new substantive amended conditions. There were no substantive findings of fact identified in the draft proposed order or the proposed order. So this is the review that was consistent with no changes.
Hey, Kate,
Yes.
you seem to be fading in and fading out a little bit. I don't know if it's just, proximity to the computer, but just to let you know that you're kind of, again, fading in and fading out.
Okay, I think it might be the technology because I haven't moved. But good to know. I'll try to at least project a little louder.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Chair Grail, this is Perry Chalktoot for the
Yes.
record. Kathleen, it says the standards where there were no new impacts or no substantive amended conditions were recommended or made for the draft proposed order. Now, on the historical, cultural, and archaeological resources, there were phase 1 archaeology done.
Yes.
What about phase 2? If the general public is allowed to this area, and even the private owners, those indicators on the surface could be removed in the forms of artifacts or clusters of flakes or bone or shell or any of that. Was there phase 2 archaeology done on this?
I do not believe that the condition for the cultural resource monitoring was based upon archaeology. It was based upon the Confederated Tribes of Umatill's identification of potential historic properties of religious and cultural significance. And so the monitoring condition was developed with them in the original site certificate. And then based upon the work that was done on Montauk Solar and the monitoring work that Umatilla did there, the certificate holder worked with Confederated Tribes of Umatilla to come up with this proposed recommended change. And it allows more flexibility for the tribe and the certificate holder to determine how much and where they're going to monitor. So in that regard, it was, I think, outside of that specific question because there were no phase 2 sites to be identified. This was identification of HIPAA, if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so this slide is a little different than the previous slide. So the previous slide, I'm going to go back. These are the conditions where we did not identify any substantial or make any substantial findings of fact or make any new recommended or amended conditions. This slide here, there were conditions and additional review and findings of fact in the draft proposed order, which included that recommended language for condition 50. But there were no changes in the proposed order based upon the comments received. And we have council members Chalktoot received a written letter of support for these changes from Confederated Tribes of Umatilla. So if there's no further questions, I'm going to launch into where we did make changes from the draft proposed order to the proposed order. So this, based upon council's review of the draft proposed order and the comments received, the department took all that information into consideration, made additional findings of fact to support changes to 3 recommended conditions from the draft proposed order version to the proposed order. And those fall under the land use standard, wildfire prevention and risk mitigation standard, and the public health and safety of wind facilities standard. And I've listed the specific conditions here. Of note is condition 120 is actually a new recommended condition. And I'm going to further discuss those additional findings of fact and the final recommended language for these conditions in the following slides. So the recommended additional findings of fact were based upon Gillum County comments received on the record of the DPO at the public hearing and council's review of the DPO at the same meeting and the following day. And as a result of those comments, we have made the following additional findings of fact. And it's really tied to the local economic benefit and the goal 3 exception. The condition will require, and to meet the standard, requires a memorandum of agreement between the certificate holder and the county for what has been called the community donation. And that MOA is to be drafted and committed to between the certificate holder and the Port of Arlington and Gillum County Soil and Water Conservation District for a specific amount. And the county has approved that these MOAs will resolve the county concerns that were raised on the record of the DPO. So as a result of those new findings of fact, this is the final language that the department recommends for that new land use condition, condition 120. And where the significant, where the change was incorporated into this final condition language within that subpart B to specify who the recipient of the community donation fund would be. So I'll pause here and see if council has any questions or comments on this part, or I'm going to move into the next standard where we made changes from the DPO to the PO proposed order based upon comments received and additional findings.
Hey, this is Marcy, and it sounds like you're fading away again.
I have a feeling it's weather related because I am now in the middle of an ice storm and it just thundered at my house. So
I can hear you.
Apologize.
Now.
Yeah, I apologize because I'm as close to my computer and my speaker as I think I can be, but I will try to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. I apologize.
Councilmember Condon has a comment or question.
Question, Cindy Condon for the record. Can you go back to the previous there? On C, I just want to make sure I understand the language. So in the annual report to the department, for the first 10 years of operation, unless donation funds are expended prior to the 10-year period, does that mean any money spent or gone? Does that, what's the donation funds will be spent on some schedule.
Meaning that they could all be spent earlier than 10 years.
So totally gone.
Yeah.
So unless donation funds are totally, I guess that language to me is confusing. Unless donation funds are expended prior, they will be expended prior.
They have 10 years to expend those funds, but they could be done at a quicker pace.
Well, and so it makes sense that donation funds are totally depleted or whatever, but they'll be expended on it.
Would you like to say are completely expended?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the meaning of it, isn't it? Told that they're gone in 5 years. Right, that's.
So my understanding of this condition is, or that subpart C, is that it's tied to the annual reporting requirement. So if the funds were doled out over a period of 10 years, the department would need to have that reported on an annual basis. But if those funds were expended in less than a 10-year period, they would not need to continue reporting on it for the remainder of that 10-year period. So like if they spent it all in 7 years, they wouldn't need to continue to report on it for 10. That's how I interpret.
Yeah, unless donation funds are completely depleted or.
Okay.
Yeah, so for the record, Todd Cornett, I've made note, so when you deliberate, if that's the change you want, I've made note of that to include completely, on the second line of sub C, the donation funds are, and then insertion completely.
Yeah, totally would be the most appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, Kate.
All right. Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I will launch on to the next standard. Okay. Oops. All right. So the next standard, where additional findings of facts and some amended language to the recommended condition were made, was the wildfire prevention and risk mitigation standard. So the additional findings of fact include that in order for the department to evaluate the frequency for future amendments to the wildfire mitigation plan, the council requires that certificate holders submit an updated wildfire risk assessment and WMP prior to operations, and that the certificate holder will be required to provide an updated wildfire risk assessment and wildfire mitigation plan, or justification for why one is not necessary on an annual basis as part of the annual report submitted to the department. So this condition is somewhat lengthy, so it spreads across 2 slides. And then I have another slide, which is actually to show council for reference that WMP table 5 that's referenced in subpart B and subpart C of this recommended condition. I'm not going to read it. I'm just showing it here. It's the final recommended language. And C item 3 is where the reference to table 5 is also included. And basically what table 5 shows within the WMP is the methods and the sources that will be relied upon in order to assess whether or not the WMP needs to be updated. So in that revised language in the WMP. The certificate holder will track the industry groups and applicable design standards outlined in this table to identify future technologies or best practices that could be implemented at the facility. And because of the comments we received during the council review of the DPO, I just wanted to be, I just want to make sure that we were clear on where we made these additional findings of fact as related to the change in the condition and also how it relates to this table.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Byer.
this is, Ann Meyer for the record, and thank you to staff for addressing the concerns that I raised at the January hearing. And, I think having, applicants address this through the annual report is a good idea, and linking it to specific standards gives a lot of clarity to both the applicant and the public in terms of what's expected and what would trigger an actual revision to the wildfire mitigation plan. And this might be a condition that we consider in the other proposals that come before the council, just so we're clear on what our expectations are. And it's, again, a changing field. There is that need to adapt to new information. So again, I'm really comfortable with this condition. Thanks for digging up table 5 for me, because I couldn't find it. And I just appreciate staff's effort in clarifying the intent of this condition.
Thank you. For the record, this is Chair Grail, and you just said changing field. One of the things that I'm learning in my day job is how quickly the utilities are increasing their modeling and what they're assessing as we look at public power shutoffs. And I think that as these annual reports come in, one of the things that staff will end up looking at is the communication where the transmission lines are, because those are going to, in some areas, if they're in one of the wildfire designated zones, which seem to be growing and expanding annually. I think that's going to be something for the developers to really dig into in their work, because I don't know where those lines are and when they're going to get shut down completely. So this season shall be interesting as we come off of the snows, and I hope we have our historic again. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, there any other questions or comments on this standard? I will move on to the third standard. So finally, we are talking about the public health and safety of wind energy facilities standard. In the proposed order, we are recommending additional findings of fact that is basically to address what I would call our updated rigor and awareness of potential issues with wind facilities and the need to better monitor and track a facility's inspection and maintenance, reporting and response protocols. And that is the basis of the recommended changes for existing site certificate condition 67. So what we see here in our final recommended condition 67 is more reflective of the conditions that we would ask for in an application at this point, because of our increased awareness of the need for regular inspections, maintenance, and reporting. The existing condition 67 is very basic, and it is just a matter of 2 sentences. So it was really updating this to reflect that need to have a better system for monitoring and inspecting facilities and also reporting that. So that's what the intent of the final recommended condition language is. Again, it spreads across two sides. And if there are no questions on that standard, I will move forward with the department recommendation.
Okay.
So the department recommends that the council make the above noted findings, additional findings of fact as presented in the proposed order for each of the applicable FSEC standards. And the department also recommends that the council approve the proposed order as the final order with new, existing, and amended conditions and issue amended site certificate for the Oregon Trail Solar Facility. So at this point, I'm just going to leave this slide up. It is the council options for deliberation. Option 1 would be to approve it as presented. Option 2, which I think maybe based upon Councilmember Condon's comment, we might want to consider, and it's to make changes but issue an amended site certificate. And then the third one is to deny the request. So at this point, it's council deliberation and decision time. But I'm going to go back to this slide just to help council with their own discussion. So if there's no further questions, I'm going to stop here.
Thank you, Kate. So we know that we have some changes if we get to that point. But first, other than what we discussed that Condon is raised, are there other comments related to this? Oops.
I just have a question.
Chair Buyer, Councilmember Buyer.
Just for the record, this is not a material change that's been recommended by Councilor Condon. It's just a clarification so that we do not have to deal with a material change kind of issue. Yes? Okay.
All right, thank you for that question.
Sure.
I want to speak to the counselors on the phone if anyone has any comments or questions.
Madam Chair, this is Councilor Devlin. I have none.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Perry Chalktoot, and I have none.
Thank you. All right, we're going to presume that there are no other comments, and then Councilmember Condon has something to say.
Thank you, Chair Grails, Cindy Condon for the record, and I think this is just a typo, but on that first, the final recommended amended action, in that first paragraph, nacelles is, I think should be plural, I mean, in, A, sub A, there's not just one nacelle, right? It's blades, nacelles, and just nacelles.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, just a typo thing.
All right.
This is, so this would be
So A,
under condition 67.
yeah, in the second line of A, foundations, tires, blades, nacelles.
Good eye.
Okay.
I mean,
Thank you. So, does anyone feel the need to make a motion with approving the changes that were identified? Just looking down the table over here. Councilmember Condon.
I'm not sure comfortable doing it with the form, but I would approve the recommendations offered by staff with respect to the proposed order, given the change in,
Condition 120 sub C, including the word completely, I believe it's on the second line, so it would now read, unless donation funds are, insert the word completely expended.
yes,
And then condition 67, if I got it correctly, sub A, make the word nacelle plural.
yes.
Thank you. So we have that motion with the language inserted, clarified by Secretary Cronett. So thank you, Councilmember Condon, for that. Do we have a second?
With second.
Thank you, Councilmember Byer. Last opportunity for comments, questions. Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Perry Chalktoon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Kate, thank you for being a champion and doing this remotely. I know it's challenging. You did a great job. We appreciate your time and presentation today.
Okay, well, thank you also, council, and for the record, I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay. All right. Well, our next item on the agenda is the public comment period. This is an information item. This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that is not otherwise closed for comment. Applications for site certificates, which are closed for comment, include the West End Solar Project and the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project. I'm going to turn over to Wally to run this so we can find out if there are any members of the public wishing to address council.
Thank you, Chair Grail. I'm just getting my screens organized so I can see if someone raised their hand. So if you are interested in making a comment, please use the raise your hand feature on the WebEx. We have that displayed here. You can hover over your name and then click on the little hand icon. If you are a phone user, please press *3 on your phone to raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, well, we will give a moment for people to get themselves together and follow the instructions that were provided.
Once again, if you are interested in making a comment, please use the raise your hand feature in WebEx or on your phone, press *3. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, well, we hear none. We have seen no hands raised, so the time is now 11:27 and the public comment period is closed. Okay, good job, folks. We are at a time now where I see that we have lunch is here. We had planned on taking a break for lunch before having our next agenda item, which would be, sorry, pull my notes here together. Next up is, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, rulemaking?
The rulemaking.
Yes, all right. I just lost myself. So let's take a lunch break for, I want to take 15 minutes and everybody stretch and pull themselves together, give Tom a chance to rally up and, all right, let's resume at 11:45.
Chair Grail.
Thank you. Is there someone, a council member with a question?
Yeah, Chair Grail, this is Jordan for the record. I have to run to parent-teacher conferences, so I will try to make it back. Probably would rather be on this meeting, but in the meantime, I will not be here after lunch. So apologies for my departure.
All right, have faith in those munchkins, it'll all be good. Thank you for letting us know.
Thank you.
And for the record, even if he doesn't make it back, we have a quorum, so we are fine. Okay, 11:45, please.
Yeah, and then just for kind of clarification, I mean, we're fine. We have 6 council members, so clearly beyond a quorum. But only applications are subject to the 4 sort of affirmative. So even if we had just 4, we could have a vote of 3 would be adequate to pass the votes that we have for the rest of the day.
Okay. Okay, so we are in good standing, we are procedurally correct, and we have no issues. Thank you. Including the reminder, so we didn't starve.
We resume the recording.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but I'm sure what happened, that was fine until it wasn't. Okay.
All right, so we're letting Tom get squared away, but we have initiated rulemaking alignment phase 1. This is an action item, and we will have rulemaking coordinator Tom Jackman to present to us at this time when he's ready.
Just go ahead, as soon as Wally gets the slideshow up.
All right. Hope you had a chance to eat this.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
And just letting you know, I got an email from Councilmember Devlin, who said he would return at 12:10.
Okay.
So we will be without Councilmembers Jordan and Truitt for now.
Okay. Go ahead, take the slide. Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Thomas Jackman. I am the council's rules coordinator. Today we'll be discussing the council's application process review phase 1 rulemaking. I'm going to give you a brief history of the rulemaking and then discuss the preliminary draft language that staff has developed. We will then present staff's suggested draft of the rulemaking. Finally, we will recommend that council approve the direction and scope of the phase 1 rulemaking as presented today, and that council authorize staff to select RAC members in the form proposed. Next slide. While typically the initiation of formal rulemaking occurs before the development of draft rules, the nature and scope of this particular rulemaking suggested that we first develop internal draft of the proposed rules before formal initiation of the rulemaking. We wanted to ensure both that we understood for ourselves what this rulemaking would constitute and that council was comfortable with staff's direction with this rulemaking. This approach in no way shortchanges a future RAC or the public of providing comment and feedback on any proposed rule language or to offer their own suggestions on how we can optimize the citing process within the divisions that we are going to be examining with this rulemaking. Anybody have any questions about that? So next slide. So this rulemaking began under consideration in 2021 when the council authorized staff to begin work on a multi-phase rulemaking project to update, clarify, and simplify its rules for the site certificate application review process as part of its 2021 to 2023 rulemaking schedule. Council then elected at its December 2022 meeting to prioritize phase one of this rule application process improvement effort for this year, 2023. Staff immediately began work reviewing the application process rules and then drafted a preliminary set of rules, which you should have received in your packet and which we will go over shortly. The idea behind 3 phases is to ensure that each phase will build upon the previous one and be informed by the previous one. It's also to ensure that the application process update is streamlined and not bogged down by trying to do, too much at once. So next slide. So phase one of the application process review that we're going to go into more detail today is intended to review and reorganize the rules initially we scoped it out to divisions 15 through 26 to create a clear separation of the various procedural and substantive provisions in the rules. While this phase will be primarily organizational in nature, it seeks to clarify and simplify existing procedures for the application process review where practical. So we're not just cutting and pasting, we are going to be modifying some language without intending to change the substance of the rules themselves. So this could potentially include, as you'll see, small changes to conform the rules to long-standing practices. Next slide. So just to give you an idea of what I'm going to briefly go over phase 2 and phase 3, so you know we're not trying to do in phase 1, and also kind of give you a heads up on where we're headed, which I think is especially relevant right now as we discuss potential siting bills and streamlining the process. So phase 2 was intended to include a review of the application information and procedural requirements located in divisions 21, 22, and 24. So phase 1 is how we do it. And not changing how we do it, but how we present how we do it, so that people who are reading the rules can understand what they need to do. Phase 2 is going to be what you submit. Again, not changing what you submit necessarily, but cleaning up the rules so people aren't confused about what they need to submit to meet the council standards, to demonstrate compliance. So if any requirements that are currently in there do not align with an existing standard, we might remove it. And then to the extent that we find that we're constantly having to ask for information to meet a standard under the existing standard, then we might potentially add some language in there so that we don't have to constantly ask people in a request for additional information to submit more information. That points to a kind of a weakness in the rules or a vagueness in the rules that we would clarify in this second phase. So go ahead, next slide, Mark. Phase 3 is going to be kind of the meaty one. It's going to be the one that it's going to get a lot of people excited, and it's going to involve a substantive evaluation of the council's standards and application requirements. We're envisioning that this would be multiples, I say smaller, but more tightly focused rulemakings. They might actually end up being relatively large in terms of interest and the length of how long it takes to get them completed, but targeted rulemakings that are going to look at each individual standard. So, and we're anticipating that whereas the RAC for phase 1 and phase 2 might be pretty similar, the RACs for the advisory committees for this third phase are going to be potentially completely different as we target different standards. Different interest groups will be care about various standards differently. So you can hopefully kind of see why we approach it this way. First, we're going to clean up the rules for governing the process for submitting an application. Then we clean up the rules for what goes into an application. And once we're happy with the structure and format, we're going to take a look at updating and modernizing the rules themselves, the standards. So next slide. So this, so we're clear on the scope of phase 1. It's not intended to create or remove any duties or responsibilities, to substantively alter an existing process or modify the standards applied by the council in determining whether to grant a site certificate. It's just about optimizing the layout of the procedures and how the rules are presented to a reader, to the public, and to a applicant for a starting certificate, so that they're easier to follow and there's less confusion. So here we go. So let's go on to next slide. So we didn't really have, I mean, we had some ideas about how we could optimize, but we kind of let the review guide the draft, so to speak. And we kind of ended up with 3 types of changes. So the first and perhaps most significant one is to consolidate references to department responsibilities into Division 15. And we're going to go through some examples in just a second, so you have a better idea of what that is. The second will be to, the second type of change that we ended up doing in this first draft is to modify the structure of Division 15 itself, especially with these additions, to be consistent across the different stages of the setting process. And again, I'll be going through some examples to highlight. And then lastly, as you might expect, we made numerous editorial changes to the rule language throughout the divisions that we looked at, primarily 15, 20, and 21, to improve clarity and consistency, where we saw it was needed. So that's a kind of a high-level overview of the types of changes that we're about to go into more detail. Does anybody have any, members of the council have any questions about that? Okay, next slide, Lauren. So as it currently stands, the most significant changes in phase 1 involve moving language from divisions 20 and 21 directly to the department from division 15. So division 15 already primarily was, the department's the rules targeted that department. So it made logical sense to kind of finish the job, so to speak. Currently, in the current rules, Division 20 and 21 largely deal with the applicants. So, but for whatever reason, it also included language that was directed to the department. So for this first example here, we have a rule originally found in 345-2016, sub 2, where they just kind of, it was, directing the applicant, and then in sub 2 here, the department must issue public notice of any amendment. So, but there is a public notice rule in Division 15 that located at 110 that directs the department, what the department must do with respect to public notices. So we thought, why is this kind of phantom rule hanging out over here? Let's consolidate this so that an applicant isn't confused about what's their responsibility and what isn't. And also so that staff can better understand, here are all the things that we need to do. So any questions about that change? No? All right, next slide. So another, oh, yeah, sure.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
I have one more comment for the secretary. So this moves to 15, which certainly makes it clear that that's the department.
Yes.
Is there a companion on the Division 20 that is the applicant's response to it? There's a requirement for the department.
Sure.
Now at 15. So for the applicant, is there a response to this?
You mean like a corollary, like something like this, how they're involved?
Yes.
I have to go back and look at it, but my understanding, just off the top of my head, which is dangerous, is that the applicant did not have to do anything with respect to issuing the public notice itself. So it was just kind of like, okay, going through the steps of the process, and then all of a sudden, one of the steps is the department. So by not having this language in that Division 20, they aren't going to be missing out on something they were supposed to be doing. That's your.
Yeah, okay.
If they go through Division 20 as it stands now, and they do all the things that it says they need to do, after we make this change, they'll be just fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, Secretary Burnett?
For the record, Dr. Burnett. So also to kind of answer that question, so, there was, in Division 15, there was some, procedural requirements. In Division 20, there were some procedural requirements. In Division 21, there was some procedural, some of those for the department, some of them for the applicant. And so those Division 20, which is the notice of intent, still already does and would still direct what the applicant has to submit in their notice of intent.
Yeah.
And same thing with the Division 21, it directs what they need to submit in their preliminary application for site certificate. But then Division 15, as we're trying to structure it, you know, most of those procedural elements, there's a couple of those things, and I don't know if that's kind of your point, that has some responsibility for the applicant. So there is some of those that still need to kind of be included in Divisions 20, 21. And that's sort of the kind of complexity of doing this, but really the idea is to try to get all of the department's directives in Division 15.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Go ahead. Yeah. All right. So another type of example along these lines is we basically pulled an entire rule, not just a sub-rule, that was previously located in Division 21, which pertains to the distribution by the department of a preliminary application and the accompanying memorandum, and combined it with rule language that's currently in Division 15, Rule 180, which pertains to the content of the agency's memorandum. So over here in 21, it was how you distribute it, and over here in 180, it was what needs to be in it. So now the current draft combines those. So what needs to be in it and how you distribute it is just one rule, and it's all in 15 because it all pertains to what the department has to do. So just kind of cleaning things up. And you can look at the draft, the red line that we submitted in the packet, and you'll see that the new 345, 180, it's complete. This is the most substantially modified rule because it involved combining the most language. It wasn't just a cut and paste, so we still have more work to do on this one. But the goal is, again, that you won't have to kind of go to different places to understand one process. They'll all be in one spot. So, any questions about that? No? Let's go to the next slide. So the second set of changes deals with internal consistency. And as you know, the study process consists of several stages, including notice of intent, project order, preliminary application, and so on. Next slide. So the current version goes through these rules, or goes through these stages, but it treats each stage slightly differently, and the rules are structured in different ways for each stage. So at the notice of intent stage, the rules are organized one way. At the project order, the rules are organized a second way. And when the application, the rules are kind of organized a third way. It's all in there. But it's kind of confusing. It's confusing to me as someone who's relatively new to this, you know, to follow that and to understand that each of the sections is a little, they actually aren't as different as the rules would suggest that they are. Anybody have any questions? Okay. All right. So next slide. So the goal is, oh, sure.
Just a comment. And if I recall, you are an attorney.
Yeah.
So if you're confused, then, not that the rest of us are not intelligent, but I think the purpose of what you stated at the beginning is important for the public to recognize that, you know, that's not our goal, right? Some of these things are supposed to be, we can follow along. Excuse me, I got a pepper. Anyway, I offer that as a comment. That's a great perspective that if it's confusing to you with some of the legal background, then it's definitely time to make a change. So thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate your thoughts. And, you know, I am paid to kind of review the rules, to go through and understand and review the rules. So I'm highly motivated to do that and do it thoroughly. So if I'm kind of struggling with it, yeah, that's my first clue that maybe we should, that these are due for optimization. So, I'm happy that this is kind of the first big rulemaking that I'm involved in because it's very instructive to me that help me understand the rules, but also, kind of provide that outside perspective on what makes sense and what doesn't, because I haven't been living with them as you all have. So the changes we tried to make here, they're not dramatic. They're not revolutionizing the rules. They're not going to be completely different. We didn't actually change a lot of language. We just moved it around so that it actually kind of flows more logically. So, go ahead and go to the next slide. So, for example, the most obvious one of this is that in 345.110, it detail, there's a rule specifically for public notice of a notice of intent, which is the early, deciding process. So there's public notice of the other stages, but the other stages don't have their own rule that is a corollary to this one. So they're subsets of other rules. And if you're just kind of glancing through the rules and you're looking through the headings, you might think that there's only public notice at the notice of intent stage because none of the other ones have their own rule. So, you wouldn't be faulted for concluding that they lack a public notice requirement. Of course they do. So we move the language around. Go ahead, next slide. So now we have two new rules, which kind of copy the style of the public notice of a notice of intent for a building application and for a complete application for a site certificate. So the idea is that now when you're glancing through the headers, through the rule headers or through the rules themselves, that you will be able to see, there is a public notice requirement for each stage, and that for where the stages are similar for each, or I'm going to keep using the word stage, but where the kind of requirements for each stage of the process are the same, we wanted the rules to be structured the same. So that if you understood the first stage and you go to the next one, you're like, oh, this one has this too, this one has this too. And you don't have to kind of dig into the rules to understand how it might be subtly different from the previous stage. Anybody have any questions about that? Any concerns? Okay. So that's kind of the second type of change we've made. So next slide. Oh, you're there. So the last set of changes are relatively minor ones. So small edits consisting of kind of the removal and addition of words to improve the readability and clarity of the rules that we're kind of working with and that we're changing. So again, I'm just going to repeat for the record, the intent of these edits is not to alter the rules in any meaningful way. So I'm not making things any easier, I'm making things any harder, I'm not raising or lowering the bar. It's just about clarity. Okay. So, for example, we moved a rule, and in that rule, originally it referenced the rule it moved to. So it doesn't make any sense to have that reference there because it's now sitting in that rule. And the reference is kind of redundant, it would perhaps be confusing. So maybe somebody thinks it's a typo and it's supposed to be referring to some other rule. So just trying to make it as clear as possible, include references where needed, and then remove stripping references to rules where that could potentially add confusion. So next slide. So here's another type of change we made. Where the rules kind of contemplate similar situations and have similar purposes, we thought it made more sense to have similar language and similar requirements. So here we had one rule talking about the notice of intent versus the public notice of intent. So this is, a notice that's going to the agencies versus the notice that's going to the public. These notices are largely serving the same purposes. So they had two different sets of language and requirements, and we have in the current draft modified that language to match so that it's clear that we're essentially providing the same notice to the public as we are to the agencies.
This is Marcy. I think that it's so important that you eliminate any perception that shenanigans are happening in some way, shape, or form. I like that.
Yeah. So the goal is that people understand the purpose and there isn't confusion about what the intent of the rule was. The intent is to inform, and the same information should be sent to both parties. Any other thoughts or?
Councilmember Condon?
Thank you, Cindy Condon for the record. It certainly doesn't preclude an agenda to, when you're stating the purpose, you could include an agenda.
Sure.
Right, and so that might be usable. I'm just thinking for people with an agenda and timing, of showing
Yeah,
up.
this is a requirement. If for whatever reason you felt like it was important to add more information to the notice, there's nothing to preclude you from doing that.
Right, the purpose is pretty much all inclusive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good question.
Okay, next slide. So one kind of minor change that we made and then somebody might have an issue with this being outside the scope because it's arguably is substantive in nature, relates to looking at the rules for where they don't conform to what we're actually doing. So in this case, we had a rule that dealt with kind of coming up with the distribution list and date for the preliminary application that would be distributed to the reviewing agencies. The rule says, as you can see, currently, after receiving the preliminary application, the department must, in coordination with the applicant, determine the distribution date and so on. In, my discussions with my fellow staff members, this rule was probably likely written, at a time when things were done with paper. And so we would coordinate with them about creating a list, but then, who would get it, and then they would have to distribute that because they're responsible for, producing physical copies. In the digital world, the department is essentially just receiving the information from the applicant, and then we take care of the distribution. We do not need to coordinate with them about determining the date and compiling a list because we're the ones sending it out. So we remove the language, the unnecessary language. It's unnecessary because we don't actually follow. Yes.
This is Marcy. I hear what you're saying and it sounds logical and simple, technology based. But I will also anticipate would an applicant somehow feel like they've lost some influence. Thank you, that's not a word, that's direct. Do you anticipate, I don't know if this is an okay question, but that would be my concern is like somehow that somebody thinking, well, I'm not included on what you're doing, you're controlling my.
Sure. I would say that the reviewing agency list is essentially set for one application to the next. So there isn't really a determination process. Each of the site certificates has to meet all the standards. And to the extent that any standards issue, it's self-evident about which agency needs to review that. If it deals with fish, it's going to go to Fish and Wildlife. We're not having debates with the applicant about whether or not Fish and Wildlife needs to be, reviewing that. That being said, if anybody has any issue with this, we're more than happy to just leave it the way it is.
I think it's great. This is Marcy. I'm all for it. I just, in my day job, I always have to look at the other perspective because that's how I end up with grievances. So if we're working through it, I'm just trying to anticipate what might be a problem. Yes, Secretary.
For the record, talking on that, essentially exactly what Tom said. We have not solicited any input from anybody, other than just staff on doing this. So I think it's helpful for council to see what we've kind of come up with. We fully recognize, and we want to get input. We're going to have a rulemaking advisory committee. We're going to do public notice. We're going to have a public hearing. So should anybody raise issues or concerns about that, we will absolutely take that into consideration. And as you said, we're not intending to substantively change it. We recognize this technically is a substantive change because we're eliminating that. But if, it's at least in our current evaluation to the benefit of the applicant, not to the detriment of the applicant. And so, but if anybody raises any concerns, like you said, Chair Grail, that maybe they feel like that there's a loss, we're happy to leave it in.
Well, I think, this is Marcy, and I think from my perspective on their behalf, it's just a matter of us being in compliance, right? If it says that you must coordinate and we're not having powwow, then to me, it's like we're not doing something. So I think if it's overtly stated, then we should be doing it. If it's being done and it's not happening, then there shouldn't be any reference to it. So I don't want me to get off track, but I just spend my days reading things. I'm very literal anyway, and that's how my work world is. And so if I get too much, just say hush.
Well, I think it's a good question, because it kind of raises that point of, again, I'll reiterate exactly what I just said is we haven't solicited any input from anybody yet. And so we don't know what people are going to think about this or any of the other, proposed language. And we absolutely want to hear ultimately what, the varying stakeholders in the process are interested in, what they like, what they don't like. So, what Tom has drafted here may be largely what you see. Maybe it's going to be significantly different. We don't know yet until we start soliciting input from people.
Thank you.
Just to comment along those
Excuse me,
lines.
this is Councilmember Byers.
Thank you.
It's okay.
just, if there are things that our rules say we should be doing, that in reality we aren't doing, that goes kind of to the substantive change bucket. So if it's not a problem for the RAC members to just change this language, that's fine, but if it becomes an issue, this becomes a substantive change that, you know, really, we've got this list of stuff, but we don't need to do it, and here's why. So just kind of have that placeholder bucket for all these things that they become substantive issues, they may not, you know, nobody may care, but they may. But it's also being honest about what the department does and what they don't do. If we have a standard list of reviewing agencies that email those out, that's what we do. And just to the chair's point, let's just be cognizant that there are different ways to look at this. And overall, this is a great process because it's like linear, right? You can see that things flow from each other. And what I find in the staff report is very helpful are the graphics that show where we are in the process. This approach lends itself to that. And I'm sure as you get into the responsibilities of the applicant, it will also flow. And I think keeping it linear is helpful.
Absolutely. I mean, a rule, as you said, like, it's significant, it's insignificant, and everyone agrees it's insignificant. So, you know, the intent is to clean things up and to not make significant changes. So if somebody has a problem with this, then that becomes significant and it would go potentially to another problem. Yes. Thank you for your comment. Anybody else have anything to say on this one, or if not, we'll go to the next slide. So that's all. Those are all the changes. Those are all the types of changes we're going to be making, which brings us to the RAC that we are recommending be formed, and which we will rely on to provide feedback about those types of changes from interested parties about you know, the proposed modification to the rule. After some thought and deliberation, we kind of came upon number 15 as being a number. I think smaller is better, but we recognize that there's a diversity of interest that kind of lends itself to, you know, growing the RAC a little bit more than perhaps we'd like. And we've landed on the number 15 as being not too large, not too small. And it would allow us to provide, as you can see here, a certain number of slots for various interest groups. I don't need to necessarily go through each of these one at a time. You can see them on the slide in the report, but
will you confirm, this is Marcy, can you define, so it says independent power producers and their representation. How did you define their representation?
So it's interesting that you bring that out because of all the people that I've already received feedback with respect to this RAC. I'm going to pronounce it. Osea?
Yes.
Yeah. Osea already reached out to me and they were concerned that they didn't see developers on here and they were concerned that their members wouldn't be included in this list. So as I informed them, and I'll let you know here, we're defining that category as essentially the people, power producers and who would actually seek a site certificate. So like Avangrid and NextEra. And that would include their representation, like potentially Osea. So the intent though is that we're not like, depending on how you want to view it, we're not increasing the potential risk to public, you know, health and safety. We're not going to materially alter the many interests with this first phase. It's really just about, is the process easier to understand? Hopefully when we're done, it will be. And so we want to solicit feedback from people who actually have to deal with the process. So that category is going to be primarily targeted at people who are seeking site certificates. So we're sending invitations out to people who have submitted requests for site certificates, so we can get that perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any other questions or concerns? Do you feel like we need to allocate these numbers differently, that we're leaving an interest group out?
But
Secretary
and just as a reminder, this isn't the only place people will be able to participate in the process. This is a rulemaking advisory committee. The intent is we will share, the draft that we have, we will see the input and response on the draft. With that input, we will make whatever changes, we think are needed and appropriate. Then we'll come back to council, request that you formally initiate rulemaking, which means, filing with the Secretary of State, and then doing a public notice with a public comment time period and a hearing in front of council, so people can testify directly to council. So anybody who's not on the rulemaking advisory committee nevertheless still has the opportunity to participate in the process.
Thank you.
Chair Grail, this is Kent.
Yes, Ken.
My only concern is just the large number of 15. That's a little, in my experience, that's pretty unwieldy. And I see the numbers on the different categories, and that's reasonable, makes sense and all that, but it could be pretty burdensome to let everybody have their piece when on each item you're talking about, you got to have 15 different opinions being given. So anyway, just that's a concern I have, the size of the rack.
Thank you for your comment, Vice Chair Howell.
So my response to that would be that we have the same exact concern. I think for these first two phases, especially this first phase, given the scope of the kind of the rulemaking that we're thinking of, I don't think that we'll get a lot of conflicts or necessarily, heated opinions. Maybe we'll have members of the RAC wanting to go to areas outside the scope of the rulemaking. But to the extent that we, can rein that in and stay focused, I don't necessarily think it'll be too crazy. I think for like phase 3, for example, having that many members, because people can have very strong opinions, I think it'll be a lot more important to have smaller racks, plenty of opportunity for public comment and involvement from whoever wants. But from like a rack perspective, this is more, honestly, it's more about getting a broad survey of people's opinions on the changes we're making. So it is a totally legitimate concern. And time will tell whether this is, necessarily the right decision. But I think with these types of kind of non-substantive changes, erring on the side of getting a broad perspective is probably a safer bet than being too concerned about a given RAC meeting being super optimal.
Chair Grail, if I might, this is Councilor Byer. Having participated in RACs and managing RACs, making sure you're explicitly clear on the purpose of the RAC, because with this list, you are going to get people, and rightly so, who have an agenda, but reminding them that same presentation you gave us, this is phase 1. We are only dealing with moving bits. We aren't doing substantive changes, so you don't get people coming to the table with an expectation that this is the way we can streamline our second. That's not the intent at all of this phase, and I think you will save yourself a lot of headaches if people clearly understand the purpose.
So I completely agree. This week we did send out kind of a notice to members of each of these groups. And, I laid out the various phases and reiterated that the first 2 phases are not going to be necessarily what they're interested in terms of making, substantive changes and altering, the bar for applying for a site certificate potentially up or down. And so I actually have already received feedback from one, response that basically said, okay, well, get in touch with me when you get to phase 3.
When you get to the fun
When you get to the good stuff. So yeah, and to kind of get in front of that, I intentionally solicited feedback and said, we're excited to get your thoughts for that 3rd phase. Please send us your thoughts now. Don't wait. We can use that to kind of help us think, because I do think it's gonna require a lot of work, and it will be helpful to get that information sooner rather than later, so we can start digesting and thinking about that third phase, as a kind of a way to kind of direct their energy and excitement to something that will actually, I do feel like, be productive and useful, while at the same time saying, you know, this is gonna be more, a drive, for lack of a better word, this is gonna be less exciting. I think it's gonna be great and exciting, but, from an agenda perspective, yeah, less so.
Counselor Condon?
Cindy Condon for the record, so having never participated in a RAC or involved in that at all, other than, I guess, hearing them with respect to MSAC. Given the non-substantive nature of this, is there a possibility that you wouldn't get 15, just like you're the person that said, hey, 3? And so would it be better to, or might it be better to have not less than 10, but no more than 15? Just.
I mean, if I send out in the requests to, you know, everybody that we sent it out to, and I don't have the number off the top of my head, it's more than 15. And, you know, we hear back from 3 people that are interested. Yeah, I think absolutely makes sense to have a smaller rack. Because, I mean, if we want feedback from people who have feedback to give. If people don't have feedback, then I can't force it. I can't force them to. So I think being flexible is, we're not gonna proceed only if we have 15.
Okay, that's what I
Thanks.
found 15 there.
Health Secretary Cornett?
And for the record, Todd Cornett, and I wouldn't want to set a sort of a no less than sort of threshold either. Say, you know, no more than 15, no less than 10, just because we don't know how much interest there's going to be in this session. You know, many of our stakeholders who participate in this are also dealing with session in probably the same bills that, you know, Christy talked about earlier, and you heard about where those are. So, you know, we definitely want input if people are interested in giving input and participating. But if they're not, you know, if we've done a good job of reaching out to people and they're still not interested, that's okay. You know, as long as we've done a good job of reaching out and soliciting interested input.
I just saw the 15
Yeah.
there and thought that's
Sure. And part of the solicitation for interest was a link to the existing draft. And if somebody clicks on that and looks through it, it's like, looks good to me, I don't need to be involved in this, then that's great. That's, you know, but in the fact that we did, then maybe we did a good job, and we understood, you know, how to make these changes. I anticipate, I'm hopeful that people have some feedback and we can continue to make it better than it is now, but, if the feedback isn't there, then we'll just proceed accordingly.
Thank you.
Chair Grail, this is Kent again.
Yes, Chair, Vice Chair Howard.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Jackman, that you brought my comfort level up on my earlier concern. I was forgetting that there's phase 2 and 3, and phase 3 is where you're going to get likely into some standards, and that's where the controversy is going to be. But at this level, it's process mainly and not all that substantive in the way it changes. So yeah, I'm good with 15. Hopefully that'll work just fine.
All right.
Earl, for the record, this is Perry Chalktooth.
Yes.
This document looks a good place to start. I'll give you that. And as time goes on, we could always add to it or take from it if it doesn't work. But you know, I look and see that the tribal governments in this, and for me, that's a beautiful start, because you know in the past tribes haven't been involved on this level, and I think you know in the 21st century they're ready, and so I'm very proud to be a part and see this be approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Counselor Chalktooth. Secretary Cornett?
For the record, Todd Cornett. Tom, can you talk about I don't know if we've started it yet, but the plan to reach out to each of the individual tribal governments?
Yeah, no, the current plan is to, sorry, I mentioned reaching out to people. We are going to separately reach out to the 9 tribal governments and invite them individually to be involved in this process and to gauge their interest level in doing so. So that will be happening very shortly.
Excellent. Okay.
Well, if there's no other thoughts or comments on this, on the rack, sorry.
Secretary Cornett?
For the record, Todd Cornett. We always believe there's value in council, quote unquote, participation on a rulemaking advisory committee. If only to just sort of listen in, whether you're there in person, if we have an in-person rack, or if it's digital. We believe there's value, not that it's a requirement, so I don't want to, put pressure on anybody, because believe me, I recognize we ask a lot of you. But if there is interest on any council member, who would like to participate, in terms of just seeing how the rulemaking advisory committee goes, I would encourage that. I think it's important because we do our level best to try to convey comments and information that's presented to us. But recognize, we have to filter and summarize, and so, that sometimes can rub people the wrong way. Again, we do our best to make sure that those comments, the intent, all does actually get conveyed to council, so you have a full understanding. Very much helps if a council member or members are present at that, so then you can share your experiences maybe differently than staff does.
Thank you for that comment. I can speak for myself, this is Chair Grail. It's just literally a scheduling thing. I find the whole thing fascinating. It's just whether time would permit.
So yeah, no need to volunteer today, and, once we get a rack scheduled and we, get a date scheduled for that, we will solicit input if anybody wants to participate. So.
Thanks for the opportunity, because you're right, just sometimes hearing the sidebars and it comes, in a conversation really help fill in the details, but I'm sure you have a slide about your schedule, because I think this seems taller to get started.
So I don't have a slide about schedule. Part of that has to do with the fact that we're still kind of in flux. We had even just as recently as a couple of weeks ago pondered starting phase 2 schedule for next year. So we thought phase 1's seemingly going pretty quickly, maybe faster than we thought. Let's potentially bundle phase 2 in and kind of just, but then, after spending some more time on it, we kind of went back the other direction. So I think we're kind of more in the fluid stage of ostensibly sticking to the schedule, but I do think we have begun internal work on phase 2 already. And I anticipate requesting that the council modify the schedule to get phase 2 out the door more quickly as well, assuming that phase is as complicated as we maybe once feared that it would be. So more on scheduling to come, and hopefully it's good news in that things are moving more quickly than we initially laid out at the December meeting.
So if I may just do a follow-up, so there is the potential that you could roll over the rack from this rulemaking to phase 2, which would
speed things up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
if it's necessary.
Sure. Given that phase 1 and phase 2 are both really about clarity and we wanted to separate them given the nature of the rulemakings and what we're trying to clarify. But yeah, there's a good chance that, as we near the end of phase 1, we will essentially reach out to everybody and who's involved in that and ask them if they are interested in phase 2 and just kind of roll straight into that. Which would speed things up, I think, substantially. And then with the understanding that nothing would be set for phase 3, and we would be taking a fresh look at the rack for each rulemaking that will fall into that phase. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good thought. We have the same thought. Yes, yeah, great mind, think alike. Okay, so if there's nothing more about the rack, yeah, next slide. So here we've reached the recommended council action slide. As we see at the beginning, we have three recommendations here. First, we recommend the council initiate the formal proceedings on phase one of the application process review rulemaking, which was previously approved on the schedule. Staff also recommends that council approve the scope and general direction of the changes that staff has drafted so far. But lastly, staff requests that the council approve the creation of a rulemaking advisory committee and delegate the authority to appoint specific members of that RAC to staff.
All right.
So that, go ahead and go next slide. So that gives us three options here. Option one, it would be yes to everything we just said. Option two, yes with some changes. And then option three would be to deny the initiation of the application process review.
Thank you. We have heard Tom's presentation. We've asked a lot of questions, made a significant amount of comments. Anyone have anything else to add? Gentlemen on the phone, anyone?
Chair Grail, this is Kent. I'm ready to move a motion.
Okay, please.
I move that the council initiate rulemaking on phase one of the application process review rulemaking with the scope and objectives recommended by staff and approve the creation of a rulemaking advisory committee as presented in the staff report. I further move that the council delegate the authority to appoint specific members to the rulemaking advisory committee to the department.
Second.
Was that Councilmember Devlin made the second?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anything else? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Richard Devlin,
Aye.
Perry Chalktooth,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well done, Tom. Knocked it out the park. Good job. We will
Thanks
look
for
forward
the examples. That really helped.
Thanks for your comments.
to hearing from you throughout this process.
Yep.
Okay, our next agenda item is the Mist Underground Natural Gas Storage Facility request to amend Habitat Mitigation Plan. This is an action item, and we have Chase McVeigh Walker, Senior Siting Analyst, to present. Hi, Chase.
Hi, Chair Grail. Good afternoon, Chair Grail, Vice Chair on the phone, and other members of the council. For the record, my name is Chase McVeigh Walker, Senior Siting Analyst here at the Oregon Department of Energy. My presentation this afternoon is both an overview of council's fish and wildlife habitat standard and a review of the department's process of evaluating proposed mitigation and the recommended habitat, excuse me, next slide, please. Sorry. And the department's recommended habitat mitigation plan for the Mist underground storage facility. And I also wanted to add that this agenda item G, as well as the next agenda item H, are intended to both help council understand and implement the fish and wildlife standards. So they're coupled in topic. Next slide, please. The council's fish and wildlife habitat standard requires council to find that the design, construction, and operation of a facility is consistent with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's habitat mitigation goals and standards. Next slide.
Excuse me, this is Chair Grill, and Chase, as you noted, there are folks on the phone, so if just periodically you would make sure that we identify that they're staying on the same side, that'd be great.
Sure, okay.
Thank you.
Right now, we have switched over to a slide titled ODFW's Mitigation Goals and Standards. And Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, or ODFW's Fish and Wildlife Habitat Mitigation Policy establishes a habitat classification system based on value the habitat would provide to a species or a group of species. There are 6 different habitat categories, with category 1 being the most valuable and category 6 the least valuable. Habitat category 1 is irreplaceable essential habitat for a fish and wildlife species and has a mitigation goal of no loss of either habitat quantity or quality. Habitat category 2 is essential habitat for a fish and wildlife species and features a mitigation goal of no net loss of either habitat quantity or quality, and needs to also provide a net benefit of habitat quantity or quality. I'll get into this in the next couple slides as to what that actually means. Habitat categories 3 and 4 are essential habitat and important habitat for fish and wildlife species respectively, and they both include a habitat mitigation goal of no net loss in either existing habitat quantity or quality. Mitigation for category 4 habitat differs from that of category 3 in that it may be in kind or out of kind and in proximity or off proximity. Habitat category 5 requires mitigation, or the mitigation goal for habitat category 5 requires a net benefit in habitat quantity or quality be provided. And lastly, habitat category 6 does not require any mitigation at all. Next slide, please. Moving on to the departments and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's review process slide. The evaluation of no net loss and net benefit is one of the main challenges of habitat mitigation plans. For habitat quantity, an acreage ratio can be relied upon for all habitat categories and mitigation goals. For category 2 habitat impacts that require no net loss and and a net benefit, a ratio of at least 1 to 1 can be applied. Whereas the habitat mitigation ratios for cap 3 and 4 for that require no net loss, an acre per acre 1-to-1 ratio is what is applied. However, there isn't a specific equation or ratio to use for the evaluation of habitat quality for a mitigation area. Typically, the department and the Department of Fish and Wildlife will evaluate site-specific opportunities for enhancement at a mitigation area. Impacts to higher quality habitat, category 2 habitat, require greater opportunities for enhancement. For example, an enhancement action for impacts to category 5 or 4 habitat may require the action of monitoring a habitat mitigation area for noxious weeds. Whereas impacts to category 2 habitat may require a suite of actions or removal of noxious weeds, native vegetation planting, and ongoing maintenance. In other words, the greater the quality of habitat impacted, the greater the need for opportunities and enhancement actions. Next slide, please. Council's site certificates, this slide is site certificate requirements. Council's site certificates typically include a pre-construction condition that requires the finalization and implementation of a habitat mitigation plan, for the life of the facility. Finalizing a habitat mitigation plan, or HMP, typically requires coordination between the department and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for a detailed review of scope and scale of enhancement actions to be implemented, review of the habitat mitigation area identified as far as location is concerned, as well as the implementation and monitoring schedule. Final HMPs typically include a provision that allows for the plan to be amended, subject to department's review, without necessitating an amendment to the site certificate. And as this relates to the MISC facility, for reference, the habitat mitigation plan requirements are imposed in the MIST facility site certificate as condition 7C6E7. And sub E of that condition, which I've copied over here to this slide, represents the language allowing the department to amend the HMP from time to time. But I did also want to point out the highlighted portion of this part of the condition states that not only can the department amend the HMP from time to time, but the council retains the authority to approve, reject, or modify the amendments to an HMP, which is what we're here to do today. I'm presenting our proposed amendments, or I will be presenting our proposed amendments and bringing it to council because you got foreign action on our proposed amendments. Next slide, please. Now I will provide an overview of a brief overview of the MIST underground natural gas storage facility, for which the amended plan is related to. The MIST underground storage facility is an underground natural gas facility located in Columbia County. The certificate holder of the facility is Northwest Natural Gas Company. The facility was originally approved by council in 1981 and has since been amended 12 times. Amendments 11 and 12 were both approved by council in 2017. Amendment 11 expanded the facility's site boundary and approved the construction of a new gas-driven compressor station and an underground high-pressure natural gas pipeline to transport gas from the compressor station to Portland General Electric's Port Westward Industrial Park. And I know that this figure is zoomed out a little bit, but it is a large facility as far as ground acreage is concerned. And the natural gas, underground natural gas pipeline approved in Amendment 11 is representative here as the pink line extending north and south, and the white hashed lines are where are the site boundaries of the reservoirs themselves. Construction of Amendment 11 components permanently impacted approximately 10 acres of Category 4 upland, forest, and woodland habitat. Next slide, please. Following Amendment 11, as I just mentioned, permanent impacts associated with the amendment impact were approximately 10 acres of Category 4 habitat. And as a reminder, the mitigation goal for impacts to Category 4 habitat is no net loss in either existing habitat quantity or quality. But again, for Category 4 impacts, mitigation may be in kind or out of kind, and in proximity or off proximity. So when finalizing the habitat mitigation plan for Amendment 11 of the MIST facility, 2 site visits were performed at just north of the Port Westward Industrial Complex in 2015. And these site visits were to help identify an area for the mitigation acreage. And ultimately, 2 separate mitigation areas combined, Area A and Area B, totaling 10.75 acres or approximately 10.8, were identified, and Northwest Natural, the certificate holder, purchased the conservation easement on the land. The 10.75 acres met the mitigation goal of no net loss and in either existing habitat quantity or quality for the 9.6 acres that were disturbed as a result of Amendment 11. Because it needed to be at least 1-to-1, or that's the ratio that was applied. And so 10.75 is greater than 9.6, so it met it and a little bit more. The 2 habitat mitigation areas are adjacent, the existing Portland General, are adjacent and existing Portland General electric mitigation area, and are primarily wetlands dominated by reed canary grass. And so that's interesting because the sites that were chosen are primarily wetlands, but they're mitigating upland forest disturbance, but that's allowable for Cat 4 disturbance. The enhancement actions that were finalized for the 2 mitigation areas were reviewed by ODF&W and implemented by Northwest Natural in 2017. The objective of the 4 enhancement actions, was to improve the habitat quality of the mitigation areas for wildlife species. And the 4 enhancement actions that were finalized were the creation of a snag, which is a dead or dying standing tree or section of a tree that has lost its needles and leaves and small limbs. And snags can provide a vertical wood element to the mitigation area and act as habitat to a variety of small and medium-sized mammals like bats and a variety of birds. And the second enhancement action that was finalized was the placement of downed wood. And the downed wood would mimic toppled trees. The downed wood creates structure, water retention, and organic soil inputs, as well as adding to habitat complexity. The third enhancement action finalized with the 2017 Habitat Mitigation Plan was the planting of native species in Parcel A or Area A of their mitigation area, adjacent an existing ditch. The species planted were willow, red elderberry, and red osier dogwood. And lastly, the 4th enhancement action finalized was the removal of non-native species, specifically the Himalayan blackberry in the eastern parcel of the 2 parcels, which is known as Area B. And the removal used a combination of manual methods and approved herbicides if needed. Now, next slide, please. This next slide is an aerial view of the 2 parcels that constitute the mitigation area for the Amendment 11 disturbances. Area A, the western parcel, is where the downed wood was placed, as well as the native plantings alongside a ditch that transects that area. In Area B, the eastern portion, northeastern parcel, is where the snag was installed, as well as the non-native species removed. And now I have the two next slides have some photos on them from in the field, when the department took a site visit there in January. Next slide, please. So the picture on the left, the Himalayan blackberry in area B, that is representative of what's currently, like the current field condition out there. The blackberry, which I've highlighted with that red polygon, is still there. And then the picture on the right, although hard to see, is existing native Nootka rose in area A. And what I wanted to say there is, while out in the field, as part of the department's proposed additional enhancement actions, ODFW recommended that as an additional enhancement action going forward, the vegetation surrounding the Nootka rose be cleared away, and then also mulch be applied around the Nootka rose to reduce vegetative competition, because the Nootka rose is native and they want to see it succeed out there in the mitigation parcel. The blackberry removal was reported to not be successful and hasn't been successful out there. And as a proposed additional mitigation action, we've added like an implementation schedule and additional details on how to better remove the blackberries out there in the field. Next slide, please. These two photos, the photo on the left is of area A, where the native plantings occurred, and the native plantings were planted just to the north of the ditch you see there. So the larger of those two polygons is the general vicinity of where the dogwood and willows were planted. However, they were not successful in taking. And so I just wanted to show that the landscape out there doesn't happen with these willows or dogwood trees. And so that was an enhancement action originally approved in 2017. That wasn't successful. And now we're proposing additional mitigation in lieu of the plantings. And the smaller of those two polygons, I tried to highlight Scotch broom, which is a noxious weed, and that was one additional observation made out in the field in January, that Scotch broom is growing out there, and so the removal of Scotch broom is also added in our proposed amended habitat mitigation plan as a additional enhancement action for area A. And now the picture on the right is a picture of the actual snag out in area B, and it is a successful enhancement action. In fact, we, in consultation with ODFW, have recommended that a second snag be constructed in area A or area B based on its success, in lieu of planting native plants. Like we're recommending as an additional enhancement action, a second snag be constructed and installed. And out in the field, I believe our contact with Northwest Natural said that a fun fact about this particular snag was it was actually a tree that was removed as part of Amendment 11 construction for mist, and then actually installed here at the mitigation site, which is very interesting. Next slide, please. This next slide is just a panorama photo I took of area B with, all those that took part in the January site visit. And there's ODFW representation, certificate holder representation, and consultant representation. And I've got a partial picture of the snag out there, on the right side of the screen, but the rest of the area is dominated by reed canary grass, as it is a wetland. Next slide, please. Okay, now I'm getting into our proposed amendments to the habitat mitigation plan. So following their 5th year of monitoring, there being Northwest Natural, the certificate holder, their 5th year of monitoring in 2022, results were provided to the department in August. And in December of 2022, the certificate holder, the department, and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife discussed the results of their monitoring, as well as proposed additional enhancement actions and monitoring to address the limited success over the last 5 years of their original enhancement actions, specifically the limited success of the native plantings and the non-native species removal. A site visit, as I just showed you, was conducted in January 2023. And following the January site visit, the department, in consultation with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, reviewed the certificate holder's proposed additional enhancement actions, and then the department drafted an amended habitat mitigation plan, which included an attachment to the plan that proposes new enhancement actions intended to improve the likelihood of success at the mitigation site, while also addressing the unsuccessful enhancement actions originally finalized in the 2017 habitat mitigation plan. The new actions proposed in the amended habitat mitigation plan include greater details for efforts of control of the non-native species at both areas A and B. Area A controlling the Scotch brim, and Area B, the Himalayan blackberry. The proposed plan to control the Himalayan blackberry is more detailed and includes multiple seasons of spraying and control during an initial 5 years, and then readdressing after 5 years. The department also recommends that the plan include long-term monitoring once success is demonstrated. In response to the department's long-term monitoring requirements proposed in the amended HMP, the certificate holder has requested an alternative monitoring and maintenance obligation that, if the additional enhancement actions proposed in the plan are successful by 2028, which is 5 years following implementation, they could reduce the monitoring frequency to every 3 years for the life of the facility, or to a lesser frequency based on successful reporting and probability of success. And this language is provided to you in the staff report for this agenda item, as well as a letter the certificate holder provided to council, which was also provided to you in your supplemental packet materials.
Chase,
Yes,
I have a
sure,
question. If I missed it, I apologize. So the language that you have here, in red, is this something the department will determine that, if you're off the hook, you can do it, or is it a self-determination? This whole successful reporting, so what does that mean? Because Tanita says, well, I think I've done a great job. What do you mean I'm meeting your expectations?
Great question. Our language as proposed would, let me, Chair Grail, for the record, Chase Walker, I'll try and answer your question by continuing with what we're proposing and then
Okay.
bring it back around.
That's good enough.
As we've proposed in the amended habitat mitigation plan, the monitoring and maintenance obligation could be reduced in frequency following success in 2028 to every 3 years for the remainder of the facility's life, or as otherwise agreed to by the department and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so with that, we disagree with the certificate holder's proposal, but we wanted to give council the opportunity to review their request because it wasn't clear to me. So like our language works, it would include the departments and ODFW's, review, consultation, that's,
Thank you.
yeah.
That, I just want to make sure that there is some threshold. I don't want to make any presumptions, but I also know that if we're not clear, and at least we're not clear, then how that comes to be about. So I'm fine with it and I'll just, yeah, I don't have further questions.
Okay.
If this is Patrick Rowe, DOJ. I did participate in one call with the certificate holder, and as I understood their concern, the department's recommended language, well, I think it's implicit that the department would agree if they have demonstrated successful reporting and probability of success. That's not stated. So it left it open as to, well, when would the department know? And ODFW agreed. And so I think what you've seen, what they have been proposed is saying they drop out the ODO and ODFW having to agree, and they just include what would the criteria be for lesser reporting. Obviously, council could adopt the departments, the council could agree with the certificate holders, or you could come up with a hybrid of the two proposals if you care to.
Thank you. This is Marcy. I just would prefer to see something that is clear that the department, ODFW, whomever, whatever, but when I look at their proposed language, that to me puts us in a potential state of conflict. So anything that is direct makes sense to me.
If I might, Chair Grail, I like your idea of a hybrid that says it takes the language or such lesser frequency based on successful reporting and probability of ongoing success as reviewed by ODO in consultation with ODFW or something like that, that says, you tell us what you think, how you think you've met our performance measures if we agreed that we could go to a lesser frequency. But that's kind of split hairs, so. Councilmember Condon.
Cindy Conniff for the record. So it seems to me that, ODO's, the first one incorporates that. Because the monitoring reports identifying.
And I think the slide has changed, like how, like the slide deck originally provided had red.
Oh, so you don't have that? I mean,
No.
that's not in it.
It's not in
Okay.
there anymore, so I'm sorry.
So what's in?
No, I guess the language is the same, but the slide itself, I think, I had made a change to this.
But you're right, in the slide deck, it does say,
it is kind of a hybrid.
if they identify that the additional enhancements are accessible
Right.
by a date certain,
Yeah,
we can agree to a lesser frequency.
yeah. To me, that is the hybrid.
Yeah.
You know, it allows for Northwest Natural to provide evidence, make their reports.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then, yeah.
So if I'm, like, for the record, Jason Greenwalker, if I am understanding you, Councilmember Condon, you agree, are you saying that the department's language is already the hybrid that?
Yes.
Councilmember Fire was
Yeah.
looking for?
Yes, and I agree with Councilmember Condon. Thanks for pointing that out, because there is that performance measure.
And it accomplishes taking the applicants or the site certificate holders reporting and department's approval in consultation with Department of Fish and Wildlife. So everybody's.
All right. I'm just gonna check base with the counselors on the phone. Does anyone have any comments based off of that discussion?
This is Kent, Chair Grail, and I think you clarified after that discussion, the hybrid is the combination of the two with still agreement by ODO and ODFW. Is that correct?
We think so.
Well, it'd be accepting the department's language, proposed language.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just sticking with the proposed language from Department of Energy, the first option there.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Good.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, Chase.
All right, moving on to my next slide, please. So in conclusion of this agenda item, and in summary, the department recommends that the amended habitat mitigation plan provide additional actions adequate to address the limited success of the finalized 2017 habitat mitigation plan. And these additional enhancement actions were based on recommendations from subject matter experts, ODFW and consultants. Just reviewing the additional proposed enhancement actions, those enhancement actions include more detailed aggressive planning for spraying and mowing across 3 different springs for the non-native vegetation, specifically the Himalayan blackberry. It removed the amended habitat mitigation plan removes actions with limited likelihood of success, including or specifically the plantings of native vegetation, and adds high success actions like the placement of downed wood and an additional installation of a snag. And also, the amended plan would include long-term monitoring and maintenance requirements, which is what we just discussed. Next slide, please. With that, we've now, I guess, reached time for council to deliberate and decide on the department's recommended amended HMP, and I'm here for any questions should any come up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, do we have any further conversation to be had? Us in the room are good. You, gentlemen on the telephone? Or computer?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, let's see, this is Kent. Are we ready to make a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll go with that. And I think and what I want to do in making my motion is include the recommended proposed language, right?
The,
On the monitoring frequency.
So that's in the staff report. So you don't need to specifically highlight that.
Don't need that.
It's
Got it.
already.
I don't need to.
Staff, if that's what council is agreeing to, I think the motion language is incorporating of that.
Okay, perfect. Just what I needed to know. So, Madam Chair, I move that the council approve the amended habitat mitigation plan for the Mist Underground Natural Gas Storage Facility Site Certificate as presented and recommended by staff.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Perry Chalky, I second it.
Thank you, Counselor Chalkton. With that, if there are no other comments, Counselor Condon?
Cindy Condon for the record. I'm just wondering if we might include what the recommendation was based on, and just with respect to our training about why we're approving this plan, like, so, actually, if we can go back to the slide that just has the reasons why we think this is, it's based on the recommendation of subject matter experts. It includes more detailed.
Right there.
Yeah. And aggressive plans for spraying mowing across 3 springs. It includes these elements, that's what our decision is based on.
And are those in the clearly spelled out in the staff report? So if we reference the staff report, we're good. Okay, I saw a thumbs up from.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried to, based upon, Patrick's recommendation, this was, I don't know, 6 months ago, 9 months ago, and I absolutely agree, there should be clarity. What we've done as sort of a default is we put in the motion language, as presented and recommended by staff. So to implicitly, if you agree with everything in the staff report or the recommendations, and if they include all of those things, then that should cover it. If you have additional thoughts or ideas, like Vice Chair Howe had put into the record on the West End, he articulated a lot of additional elements to that. And I think if you have additional things, that's obviously important to put on the record. But if it's already built into the staff report or the recommendations, the motion language itself, if read, consistent with the way it's written, should already include that.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. I don't remember reading it like this until now, so that's good.
I mean, I guess that's a question, so
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's verbatim spelled out word by word in our staff report or the amended plan, but it's.
Well, and I wouldn't expect, this is Chair Grill, I wouldn't expect a PowerPoint presentation to be, I mean, I don't want you to read to me everything that's in there, so I feel like it's built in and the intent is clear. I don't.
And
So really,
there are findings in support of the proposed amendments at the end of your staff report that basically mirror this summary. So it gives the rationale for why we're asking for this to be revised and what the clear performance measures are.
Fine. I mean, I agree. I just don't remember reading it like this. And this is pretty clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, thanks.
Secretary Burnett?
sorry, for the record, Dr. Burnett, and, please, we put in the motion language, with all the different options, based upon what we think is the most likely scenario, but you're not obligated to use that. So, if it does cover it, great. If you would like even to simply add more clarity to it, that is absolutely your prerogative.
I was just wondering if more detail, just remembering my training.
Like Patrick, you made an impression on us all.
It makes my job easier, but as Secretary Cornett said, if the basis for your findings is in the staff report, or if it's already in a proposed order, then it is, as Councilmember Byer said, it is sufficient to reference that. Say, we're reaching this decision based on staff's recommendations in the staff report, in the proposed order. That draws the connection that we need. As Secretary Cornett brought up, if there's additional facts or findings that also support a decision you're making, then you should read those into the record.
Wonderful. Okay, well, I think we have thoroughly vetted this motion. So, Mr. Secretary, please call roll.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Perry Chalkton,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chase, thank you very much for your efforts and joining us today. We appreciate your time and your work.
Thank you very much, Chair Grail, members of the council.
All right. I just want to check on everybody. Is everybody good? Did you 5-minute break? Vote fine. We are going to call for a 5-minute break. We think that is sufficient for us to take a moment. So we will recess momentarily and be back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. Well, thank you, everybody. I think we all needed that moment to regroup. So we are now up to agenda item H. This is the Coyote Springs Cogeneration. It's a request to amend the ecological monitoring program. And we have Elizabeth, you go by Elizabeth or Liz? Liz, she prefers Liz. And I don't want to butcher your last name, so please. Boba. Okay, I'm gonna get this right. It might take a couple meetings. So we have Liz Boba, Siting Compliance Officer with us, and she is going to review this action item. Take it away, Liz.
Thank you, Council Grail and to everybody at EPSEC. My name is Liz Boba, and I am the one of the 2 compliance officers with Siting, along with my counterpart Dwayne Kilsdon. So I'll go ahead and get to my presentation. So but for clarification, the ecological monitoring program is what we now call the habitat mitigation plan. So the Coyote Springs facility, it was issued its certificate in 1994. So it's one of our older facilities. So so terminology was a little bit different, but it's the same. I mean, but we want to talk about the ecological monitoring program and. Okay, so yeah, next slide. I'm not sure what happened here, but I'll just go with it. So for your information, the Coyote Springs Cogeneration Plant has a capacity of 442 megawatts of natural gas. There are 2 burners on the site. It's located in the Port of Morrow Industrial Park, so that's a 5,700 acre park, and the Coyote Springs Cogen plant takes about 20 acres of that. And the area of concern, or the habitat area that they have, is the Mesner Pond, which is located right next to it. It was I think it's 30 acres. My program decided to die on me, so that's okay. So, I can use. Okay, here we go. So in 1994, the eco plan was setting the stage for the habitat mitigation at the facility. So, Mesner Pond is occasionally, it's actually kind of a sort of a valuable water resource there. They occasionally, it's fished for warm water species like bass or walleye. The residents in the area like to use it for bird watching and wildlife use. So it does have value. It's actually surrounded by emergent wetlands that go into forest wetlands. With that, this particular surface water is a significant receptor. It's a category 4 habitat, which Chase had talked about in his presentation about the definition between the different types of habitat. So this is classified, Mesner Pond is classified as an important habitat with the goal of no net loss of habitat or quality. So our mitigation strategy, or actually PGE's mitigation strategy, is to conduct the actions that will improve the habitat conditions. So what we have done in the past, as far as reviews and revisions to the ecological monitoring program, they've had water quality testing there. They've also done raptor nest survey monitoring, and some aerial monitoring due to a variety of reasons. And between 2001 and 2004, they've made amendments to the certificate. So that was on the past. So for 2023, they're focusing on the tree stand, and I'll explain to you why we're talking about the tree stand that's located between Mesner Pond and the facility. So go ahead and put the next slide. So in 2017, this is a description of the Heibler poplars. PGE put in a tree stand of about 30 trees, I believe it was about 30 trees. And all poplars, they generally have a pretty short lifespan, 30 years. So they're kind of like the floor version of Live Fast, Die Young. So they are, so in 1994, when they were planted up to 2007, they're starting to approach kind of their end of life. And so, so what PGE had noticed, and they reported in their 2016 annual report, PGE had noticed that the hybrid poplars, these trees were beginning to show signs of stress, and they were starting to die off. Additionally, there were Russian olive bushes located underneath in the understory of the trees. And if anybody's had to deal with Russian olives in the past, they tend to kind of take over. They're a bit of an aggressive plant. So the annual reports following 2016 continued to report that the trees were becoming more stressed and dying. In 2017, PGE went ahead and stopped irrigating the trees. There was an irrigation system that they put in, but they went ahead and stopped watering these trees, and which led to further deterioration of their health. So go ahead with the next slide. So we noticed in 2017, the appearance of the trees. This is what happened 4 years later. So you can see clearly that the trees are stressed and dying. And it's quite apparent. At this point too, the irrigation system has become in disrepair. So they can't rely upon the watering of the plants. I think. Okay, go ahead with the next slide. So as a result of all this, PGE went ahead and proposed some changes to their ecological monitoring plan. They want to take care of those Russian olives. They want to take care of the dead and dying trees, and they want to get rid of any noxious weeds they've got in there. They want to take a look at the soils, see if they can do anything to amend the soils. Generally, the soil type in this area is a loam, which is mostly clay and sand with a little, sand and silt with a little bit of clay. But they're ideal, loams are generally ideal for such a plant like such as this. They want to see the understory, the area underneath the trees with more native grasses, and definitely try to get rid of the olive trees. And I'm going to wish them luck because these things are really hard to get rid of. So, and they also want to reinstall or install a new drip irrigation system to be able to help with the keeping the plants up and healthy. One of the things that they need to abide by, PGE will need to abide by as far as their site conditions, is they have to monitor this establishment and make sure that the irrigation system is performing as well as they can. So overall, their plan is to put in 100 to 120 native trees and different types of native shrubs and grasses. And I want to point out that they, as you noticed in the pictures, they only had hybrid poplars, which had a lifespan of 30 years. So what they're proposing in which I'll be moving on to, they're proposing in the ecological monitoring program is they want to kind of add a little biodiversity, and which, I like to call hybrid vigor, where you have different types of plants and different types of trees. And it'll be able to provide, I think, a better overall health of the area. The trees have different lifespans, so as a tree starts to die, you can plant it, but then you've still got other trees with different lengths of life, and you won't have everything crash. At one point, which I looked at the system here, what the conditions, and that's exactly what happened. Is all the trees were 30-year lifespans, and they all kind of started going at the same time. So, PGE is recommending 3 additional species of trees. And while the Russian olive is not considered a noxious weed in Oregon, it is classified as such in Washington. So, like I said, PGE plans to replace these and let's see. And it'll help because Russian olives typically tend to colonize. Thank you. That is the next slide. So these are the different types, instead of just hybrid poplar, like we talked about, that there would be a monoculture in the tree stand. They're actually planning to add different types of trees that they're proposing. The black cottonwood, which is top left, hybrid poplar is the bottom right. The white alder, I believe, is the top right, and if you guys are any sort of botanists, you guys can correct me on this. And the bottom left is the Douglas hawthorn. The nice thing about the white alder is that it's classified as a nitrogen fixer, so that might be something that's beneficial to the area. One thing to also note is the poplar trees, I'll kind of give an idea of their lifespan so that you can see, you know, if they spread out the diversity. Poplars live about 30 years, alders 60 years, hawthorns live about 100 years as far as their lifespan, and cottonwoods, amazingly enough, can live up to 400 years. So introduction to the diverse species of plants will probably help with, and planting maybe these trees or replacing these trees on a staggered schedule would also kind of help with the biodiversity performance of the habitat area. Next.
Liz, this is Marcy, for the record. Are they, and I honestly didn't look, I mean, I see pictures, but do they harvest these trees at the end of the 30-year cycle, or they just like
No.
crap out and?
That is a really good question. I may have to defer to possibly Sarah. I can't guess what they would do with the plants.
I mean, I don't know how much.
They didn't give us any indication what they're doing with the dying trees, but,
I just know that, like, we all know, we drive along Highway 30, there's just thousands and thousands for as far as you can see, and it just made me wonder if, you know, the urban tree farmer people come over and whack them out before they go, or do they just let them die?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Madam Chair,
yes, Counselor Devlin.
yes. I maybe just probably want to get into one comment. It looks like in
Yes.
the recommended species, they're still obviously including hybrid poplars. First, do you have any idea in terms of, they're probably the cheapest species that are on there. They're also, they're also high users of water. They tend to have very invasive root systems that destroy irrigation systems, and they're highly susceptible to certain fungal diseases. I'm not about to stipulate to them what they can plant or not plant, but do you have any idea what their mix is in this? Or
you mean the type of, how much, the percentage of?
are they gonna, I remember it's something like 100 to 120 or something. Are they going to plant 90 poplars, then a few of these, or are they going to plant 10 poplars and a few of these? The big advantage of the poplars is they grow very fast. That's perhaps the only advantage they have.
Yes, yes, and I think it's like, Councilmember Devlin, I think it's like 6 feet a year, or something like that for the
Yeah.
poplars. Yeah, they grow quite fast. That is a very good question. The ecological monitoring program didn't give a spread out or spread out like the percentages, but if possible, I can write that down as far as.
It's just a question of mine. I'm not about to make it a specific part of the recommendation. I mean,
But no, they did not give a percentage of, you know, what trees they plan to populate that, the mitigation area with.
And thank you for your question, Council, and I don't wish you to go do it. It was just a thing of thinking like, you know, we're all environmentally sound, and if they're gonna bring in a bunch of, you know, people and things and
Oh, for
search through
sure.
the property, it was just a
For sure.
observation, so please do not
Oh,
go.
no. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, if they plant like all poplars and one cottonwood and one alder and one hawthorn, it kind of defeats the purpose of putting, you know, an amended ecological monitoring program. So that's a very good question. Anything else?
Anyone else have any comments or questions at this time for Liz?
Madam Chair.
Councilor Byers.
I thought I read somewhere that said that they had water available for irrigation, but I can't find it. But
Yes, they did mention that they were planning to put in a drip irrigation system, so for
so
that.
they would have a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Thought I read that somewhere, but I couldn't find it. So thank you.
And actually, I'm thinking, recalling back, the Port of Morrow, a lot of the, well, I know for that's one another facility, and I think it is Coyote Springs, that they do have water permit, but they do get their water supplied from the Port of Morrow.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and a couple of the wells are, I think they're irrigation wells. So the next slide is, in order to get rid of the Russian olive and replace it with something else, PGE in consultation with the ODFW had made some suggestions as far as the type of native plant species. Hopefully you're familiar with them. I am learning and fascinated too. So at the same time, so we've got some wild rye, wheatgrass, needle and thread. These are some pictures of some. I think they will look a lot more, well, looks aren't the particular reasons why they do that, but these are the plants that are being recommended to replace the understory that's currently taken over by the Russian olives. In addition, an Indian rice grass, there's some blue bunch wheatgrass, which comes across very commonly in a lot of the mitigation plans that I've reviewed in the past. Bitter brush. Generally, all these plants, they do well in this type of floodplain, and they do well also in the sandy loam soil profile that's out there. So the next slide. So basically, what I respectfully request from council is if there's any are the additional actions adequate to replace the declining poplar stand and maintain the new tree shrubs? So ODFW's recommendation, or the staff's recommendation is that it's based on the ODFW concurrence, because the PGE did go to ODFW to get their wise and sage advice as far as the type of trees and the type of plants. So yeah, I was looking at the plants. I'm like, this has ODFW's fingers all over it. Like, it's clear that they were involved. So, which in a good way. So, and also, Councilman Byer, they talked about, the water supply. So they are planning to install a drip irrigation system. And that leads, and all those two actions lead me to the ultimate, hopefully, the path towards success for PGE and the tree stand. So, two points, which Chase had also mentioned, for the MIST project is, long-term monitoring and ongoing maintenance. And making sure that they don't fail on the maintenance and the monitoring. Because if they catch things in time, they won't be in a situation where in 2021, for example, their trees, they look up and like, oh my gosh, they're all dead. So, one component that likely contributed to the accelerated demise of the tree stand was the lack of the adequate water supply. In the 2017 report, they had said that they had stopped watering the trees, and with these hot summers, and it was just kind of a really hard time for the trees. If it appears that they didn't have a chance. So another component for success is to press the criticality of maintaining the tree stand and monitoring their health. If something's going wrong, they need to identify it pretty quickly so they can fix it. And then, let's see, and a follow-up. Oh, sorry. If it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all some days, and sometimes today's, it's not working. But I wanted to follow up with Chair Grail's question about who determines the success of the ecological monitoring program. They're pretty objective, with the tree stress. We can leave it to them, but, as compliance officers, we are starting a program where we visit the sites, and we'll kind of keep our eyes right on those trees. So the next slide. That was the end of the official presentation. So these are the options that I'm respectfully presenting to you, that first option is to approve the amended ecological program. The second one, if there are any changes that you would like to see, we could present them, but that's great, Secretary. Yeah, and then the last one is deny program. So,
Okay, thank you. So I will turn to council. If we have questions, comments at this time for Liz. We have none here in the room. Does anyone on the phone have any questions or comments?
Chair Grail, I'm good. This is Kent.
Okay, sir. We're ready for you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to move that the council approve the amended ecological monitoring program for the Coyote Springs cogeneration site certificate as presented and recommended by staff.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
For the record, this is Perry Chalktooth, and I second it.
Chair Grail, this is Kent, and you guys, if you're talking, you cut out and we can't hear you.
Oh,
How about now? Can you hear us?
Yep, now we hear you.
Okay, I will. Chair Grail called for the roll. Cindy Condon voted yes, Marcy Grail voted yes, Ann Byer voted yes. Next is Richard Devlin.
Yes.
Perry Chalktooth,
Yes.
Ken Howe.
Yes.
Motion carried, Madam Chair.
thank you very much. Liz, thank you.
No, thank
First
you.
opportunity presenting to us, unless I missed you.
No, this was my first opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you. Well done, and we look forward to working with you in your new role.
Oh, me too. So, yes, thank you guys so much. It was great. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda, we have the Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility 2, and we have a Lawrence, and I just don't even know why I won't want to say this and butcher this name again.
Milk Fetch.
Milk Fetch? Okay, thank you. Lawrence Milk Fetch Mitigation Update. This is an information item with Kate Sloan, Senior Siting Analyst, and Jordan Brown, the Lead Conservation Biologist for the Native Plant Conservation of the Oregon Department of Agriculture. Kate and Jordan, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Grail, and hello again, Council. This is Kate Sloan, Senior Siting Analyst for the Department of Energy. Just wanted to do a mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I'm pleased to announce this is an information item only. We're not asking council to make any decisions today on this agenda item, but we are providing an update on the Lawrence Milk Fetch Mitigation Project that is underway for the Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility 2. And I am pleased to announce that Jordan Brown, the head of the Native Plant Program with the Oregon Department of Agriculture, is on the line. He is going to be my co-presenter, and I am going to hopefully expeditiously go through my slides so I can turn the floor over to Jordan in his presentation. And if council has any questions, we do have Q&A time on the last slide. We also are happy to take any questions along the way. Just make sure you chime in and let me know if you want me to stop talking. So just a brief overview of the facility. It is an operational facility, 200 megawatt wind energy facility. It's located within Morrow and Umatilla counties. It was created as a site certificate out of the original Wheat Ridge Energy Facility, which was a larger facility that was split into 3 separate site certificates. The project that we're talking about today is pursuant to Council's Threatened and Endangered Species Standard and the Lawrence Milk Fetch Mitigation Project for Wheat Ridge Renewable 2. So very briefly, I've just cited some excerpts of our TNE standard as it relates to plants and our relationship and the role of Oregon Department of Agriculture. So the bolded parts are relevant to the topic that I'm discussing today, but it is important that we be aware that under our standard for plant species that Oregon Department of Agriculture has listed as threatened or endangered, that the design, construction, operation of the proposed facility, taking it into account mitigation, that's important. And then under subpart B, it's relevant to the species at hand because there is no adapted protection or conservation program for milk fetch. So therefore, we need to work with them to determine that there would not be a significant reduction in the likelihood of survival or recovery of the species. And that's not the entire TNE standard, but it is the parts that relate to our project and specifically to our relationship with Oregon Department of Agriculture and TNE plants. So a little bit about Lawrence Milkfetch. Yes, it's spelled Lawrence's, like the name. It's often spelled in kind of another variation of its Latin name, but it's a member of the pea family, and more importantly, it's listed as threatened under the Oregon Endangered Species Act, and it falls under our standard as a result. Important thing to note about this plant is that it has a narrow distribution, and it's limited to 4 counties within the state, primarily within Umatilla and Morrow County, which is where our facility is located. So as I noted earlier, there was a site certificate split. There are existing conditions on the site certificate, and one of them was a pre-construction survey condition that required that the true-up surveys, the pre-construction surveys, be completed. But at the time, because it was known to be what they call endemic to Umatilla and Morrow counties, it was acknowledged that there could be Lawrence Milkfetch within the survey areas that get covered. And as a result, within that condition, it provided for the possibility that it could be detected in those true-up surveys. And if it was detected, it might be a situation where it could not be avoided. And if it could not be avoided, there would be mitigation measures that were spelled out within that condition. And the reason I bolded the language within this subpart of the existing condition is because this becomes the context for the mitigation project that was developed for Lawrence Milkfetch. So in 2019, those pre-construction surveys detected 2 areas, and I'll show you a map in the next slide, 2 areas where Lawrence Milkfetch was detected where it had not previously been detected. And as a result, the certificate holder coordinated with the department in the Oregon Department of Agriculture on that detection, and a discussion over what to do, how to comply with the requirements of that condition I just showed you, and also how to submit an exception request with a mitigation proposal to council. And that mitigation proposal was approved in 2021, but is still in implementation, which is why I have on the slide that it's ongoing into 2023. But the certificate holder did determine that avoidance was not possible. So they submitted an exception request to council for those detections to request for the option of mitigation. And council approved that request in 2020. So the map here is just to show you, one, the purple outline is just the extent, and it shoots a little bit north of the entire Wheat Ridge 2 facility. It's a long set of series of turbine strings. The 2 blue circles show where those 2019 detections were made. And the outcome of that estimating and the figuring out what the potential impacts would be was that it was determined that 428 milkfetch plants would be permanently impacted. And so that becomes kind of some of the concept behind the proposal. And I think it's important to stress that under the TNE standard, avoidance is always the goal, but it is not a no impact standard. So there may be cases, and this was one, where an impact may occur and mitigation is allowable under our council standard. And it's kind of a case-by-case basis, situational, and it's also dependent on species. So at this point, a mitigation proposal was developed by the Oregon Department of Agriculture in consultation with the certificate holder and the department. And basically this becomes the punch list of the research proposal that gets approved for the mitigation side of this project. And at this point, I am going to stop talking because I'm going to turn it over to Jordan. I want to pause really quickly to see if there's any questions, because this is kind of the setup context for Jordan's presentation. But the bullet points on these lists become tasks associated with the approved mitigation project. It's still being implemented. ODA started implementation in 2021, and Jordan's presentation is going to go over in more detail the steps and the outcomes of these tasks that have been implemented. So the project's still ongoing. It's not completed yet, but we thought it was important to update council on where we're at and what we have learned and accomplished to date. So at this point, I would ask whoever's in control of the quality, if you can unmute Jordan so he can speak, and I am going to advance the slides as he lets me know.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so hello, everyone. I'm Jordan Brown, the lead conservation biologist from the Oregon Department of Agriculture's Native Plant Conservation Program. And our little program is responsible for protecting state-listed threatened and endangered plants. And we do that through regulation as well as research and recovery actions. And we work a lot partnering with our sister state agencies as well as federal agencies who manage lots of land in Oregon where our threatened and endangered plants occur. Our permitting and consultation is written into Oregon law and requires consultations for projects on non-federal public lands that have the possibility of impacting listed plants. Recently, our budget was increased a little bit. We had in the past struggled to keep up with consultations and permitting at times due to lack of state funding, but recent funding increase has allowed us to kind of fulfill our obligations more fully, which is why we are working with ODO more often. Next slide, please. So in this case, we were working to come up with some ideas to help mitigate for losses that Kathleen mentioned. And I want to just highlight a couple of our goals was to preserve the local diversity of the species through seed banking. So some rare plants have special traits and adaptations depending on how isolated they may have been from other portions of the species. So it's at times important to conserve that diversity, which we do through seed banking. We also wanted to learn how can we reestablish these plants on the landscape? Is it possible? And so we decided to conduct a trial, which has the potential to better inform and expand our capabilities to recover the species on the whole. And a bottom line goal was to try to get those 428 impacted plants reestablished on the landscape. So when we broke it down, it had a fair few number of tasks in our proposal. Was collecting seed, getting that seed out of the fruits and preparing it for long-term storage in the seed bank at Portland State University, figuring out how we can germinate those seeds and grow them, and then doing that in large scale. Additionally, we monitored the actual impact site to see if plants were able to naturally recover from the temporary impacts. And then we picked transplanting sites in the vicinity of where the plants came from to know that it was suitable habitat, and we conducted transplanting last fall and will be monitoring this year. Oh, sorry, that was the next slide.
I'm on it.
Great, thank you. And yeah, so the next one, observations and findings, these are just some things that came to mind, is that in fact, a small number of plants can establish following temporary disturbances. One of the major problems is those temporarily disturbed areas are often overrun with weeds, so the long-term prospects for those plants are low. We did find that we can grow these plants and return them to the wild, but we have yet to figure out how well those plants can survive, which is why we're going to be checking them this year, monitoring those transplants for survival. Next slide. So we started with seed collection for seed banking and also to have seeds for us to grow for transplants. We got involved in seed collection after one of our partner contractors ended up kind of having bad luck in 2020. So one thing we found was that seed production is highly variable for this species. Not only is it subject to annual variation in precipitation and other conditions, but grazing can be a serious problem that can remove most of the seed production from the population. In 2021, we had a fairly successful seed collection trip, but did not quite meet our goal for having enough seed for banking in addition to our germination and transplanting trials. So we ended up collecting more last year, and we were able to meet our goals, which was great. And another reason why we had to do a little bit of extra collection was that we found that a good portion of the seed that is produced is of poor quality, and it's not really usable for our purposes. Next slide, please. We did various tests on the seeds. Sometimes seed production can be a limiting factor for endangered plant. We did some staining testing, which you can see here, and viable seeds stain red. This is a standard practice used with like crop seeds as well. So that was interesting information. There's been very little research done on this species, so pretty much any tidbit we could glean from this work is valuable. To scarify our seeds, which is a common requirement for seeds for members of the family, especially these kind of more arid landscape plants. Scarifying is kind of starting to break down, is a process that kind of starts to break down the seed coat and allows them to take in water. So we used an interesting technique, a little tumbler, to get those uniformly scarified for our germination studies. Next slide, please. We tried a variety of different treatments, scarified and non-scarified seeds, different lengths of time in cold stratification, which is also pretty important for a lot of our native species. And it ended up scarification and cold stratification improve germination compared to treatments without those. There was very low rates, much lower rates of scarification germination for seeds that were not scarified. So we did kind of hone in on some best practices, which we use for our larger scale cultivation. Next slide, please. Plants grew relatively well in, we created a better draining soil mix. It's often difficult to grow arid region plants in the Willamette Valley just because it's so moist here, and that can lead to problems. So we did have difficulties with damping off aphids, fungus gnats, which are all common greenhouse pests. I think other threats would probably face seedlings in the wild. We also had trouble trying to initiate dormancy for the plants. We were hoping to transplant dormant plants as they naturally kind of die back late summer That's generally a good time to handle these species, but drying them down in cultivation, we have losses in that process as well. Next slide, please. This map, it doesn't show the context of the whole wind farm, but it shows a little close in of the 5 transplant areas we chose. Slightly different on the ground conditions. I think area D was the kind of the most, or had the least abundance of non-native grasses. We ended up, since we did end up losing some transplants in the final stages, we supplemented transplants with seeds, scarified seeds, which is another, which would be a really exciting, or I would be excited to use that technique in the future. It's much lower input to be able to scarify seeds and then return those into the wild to establish plants. So we'll be checking on both the seeds and plants this spring. Next slide, please. So, yeah, measuring effectiveness. Yeah, this final stage is the monitoring. First off, we want to know, were they able to survive through the winter, and will they be able to survive their first season through the summer as well? Or will they survive to flower? And I think it's my last slide here. Next one is just kind of an overview of meeting our goals and targets. I see this as a huge success. We were able to bank several thousand seeds for this species, which is really valuable for having the potential to reestablish plants in the future if that were ever needed. We also learned a lot that we did not yet know about this species and have some insight into how we can return these plants to the landscape, and you know how that, I guess what our capabilities are for recovering the species, which is relevant for mitigation when that's absolutely needed. And yeah, we don't yet know if we got to actually replace those 428 plants that were lost, but I see this, just the learning opportunity here is extremely valuable, and yeah, we're looking forward to see, you know, what the fate of those plants are after a year here as well, and we're excited to share that success, or the results, I guess I should say, when we get those. And I believe that is it.
All right. So for the record, this is Kathleen Sloan again. I just want to thank Jordan at this point for his time. And I will turn it over to council if they have any questions while he's still on the phone.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from council?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Councilor Byer. Just thank you for the presentation, and we'll look forward to some kind of summary from ODA on what they found in the field this year and whether or not the transplants and seeding were successful. So thank you.
I just wanted to add, this is Sarah Esterson with Department of Energy, that the last 3 presentations, you know, are a little bit unique for FSEC meetings. We don't have amendments to mitigation plans all the time, you know, that kind of represent an issue. So ideally, they don't need to be amended, but I hope that you can see how complicated it can be, the length of time, the expertise. It's a level of detail that we really shy away from in a draft proposed order presentation or final order presentation, because it would make it a 4-hour presentation. I simply can't ask that of you. But I think it's something maybe we don't get to highlight that frequently. And the mitigation obligation for an FSEC site certificate is you know, this times many. So know that we're working very hard and rely on our reviewing agencies to help us. And just thank you to Kate and Jordan. Thank you so much, Jordan, for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Well, if there are no, Secretary Burnett.
Sorry, for the record, talking about, I just want to kind of add on to what Sarah said, and just to kind of, sort of, to me, this reiterates the complexity of the elements of our process, not because it's our process, it's because the things that get reviewed and evaluated and identified that either could be impacted or are impacted and how we deal with them. So, you know, I think this presentation, you know, is a really good indication. And I appreciate Jordan being here. I appreciate his ability to work on this. You know, this makes our process a lot better. Obviously, we don't have the expertise to follow up on a lot of the really complex, detailed things that get dealt with in our process. That's why our process is built the way it is. It's built to rely upon our sister agencies. It's, you know, built to rely upon local governments, tribal governments. You know, we have a consultant that we can go to. It takes a lot. It's not just, you know, we kind of crank through, we review it, we're done, and we move on to the next one. This is still a relatively new project, but you heard the other ones, you know, that are 30 years old, you know, and we have the monitoring of these things through the life of the facility, which I think is incredibly valuable and important. But again, I think this presentation and the other one show it takes a lot. It takes a lot to ensure that these projects are actually, you know, meeting the conditions of approval. And yeah, I just, again, want to kind of make that point or reiterate that point, because Sarah did already make that point. But just again, express appreciation to Jordan, the Oregon Department of Agriculture, you know, and other agencies who aren't here today. ODFW, you hear a lot about them. We work with them considerably, you know, and other agencies as well. So I think it's just a good opportunity to highlight that.
Well, so this is Chair Grill. I would encourage everyone to remember just the detail that we heard when you hear people talk about, well, why isn't it faster? I want to take it in a different way. This is what we've been charged with to protect the integrity of our state and all levels. There is no hurry up. If you hurry up, you're going to not get something that we as a state have said we wanted. So that's where calls when Christy referenced earlier today, some of the bills that have come out, some of the people that want faster, better, faster. This is not that eyeglass commercial that we all watched with the cute little girl, right? This is life-changing, permanent decision. So thank you, Kate and Jordan, for your efforts. We appreciate you being present, and I'm sure we will hear from you again in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, council.
Yes,
Thank you. Thanks, council.
One final comment on this species, the milkfinch. We just had 3 projects. This species, and there's going to be new applied science coming out as a result of this project. That's kind of cool. You know?
And the fact that it's, I mean, and the reason why is, you know, that it is a state listed threatened species, which means it's an important species to the state of Oregon.
Yeah.
And so utilizing this process, our process, to better advance the science, you know, I totally agree with that.
Put that in the binomial report.
Councilmember Carney, Chair Brown, and I just want to say, being a relatively new council member, and so much time devoted to applications and, you know, proposed orders and draft proposed orders and going through that without this context is difficult. I mean, has been very difficult. So these presentations today and Dwayne's compliant, you know, on the equipment side, all really provide just a fabulous foundation. And staff has done a really good job of bringing a focus on it with respect to certainly existing projects, but it certainly informs thought process about upcoming projects.
Thank you. Before we start our next and final agenda item, I need to make a statement, but I'm going to look at Patrick and say that I'm going to make a statement that I think I remember. It has been a long time since Boardman to Hemingway. So if I need to add anything, I request that you please advise. Due to my former employment, this is Chair Grail, due to my former employment with Pacific Corp, although I have no pecuniary interest in the company, I am recusing myself to avoid any perceived conflict of interest. As such, we will have Vice Chair Howe facilitate the next agenda item, which is the Lone Pine to Whetstone transmission line. And so I'm going to look back over, and if I need to say anything else, I'm sorry, I did not think about that prior.
No, I think that's sufficient.
Okay, thank you. So Vice Chair Howe, if you are prepared to bail out a girl, I'd appreciate it.
Chair Grail, I'm prepared. So, yeah, the next item is the Lone Pine to Whetstone transmission line, appointment of special advisory group. It's an action item, and it's being presented by Ms. Esterson, the Senior Policy Advisor. It's yours, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Howe. Next slide, please, Wally. The Lone Pine to Whetstone transmission line project is a brand new project for the department and council. It's a 230 kV transmission line with 2 route alternatives, ranging from 10 to 12 miles in length. It's proposed by Pacific Corp to be located in the city of Medford and in Jackson County. The current proposal includes structures up to 105 feet in height on H-frames. Next slide, please. So just a refresher on why this transmission line requires a site certificate or site certificate review from the Energy Facilities Siting Council. Energy facilities that require council review are defined in statute, specifically ORS 469300 sub 11. Transmission lines that fall within council review are those that would be 230 kV or greater in capacity, more than 10 miles in length, and across at least more than one city or county. This project hits all 3 of those criteria, so again, requires council review. Next slide, please. Okay, here's an overview of the location of the 2 routes. So one route is in the pink, the other is in orange. I'm not quite sure if I know which one is the longer one, but either way, both would be under review and presented in the notice of intent that we received at the beginning of March. Next slide, please. So we are at the very beginning of the 7-phase siting process at the notice of intent phase. Just to walk you through what is entailed within this phase, the applicant or Pacific Corp in this instance submits their notice of intent. Once we receive fee payment for that notice of intent, we initiate a public notice where we send notice to adjacent landowners, reviewing agencies, and a newspaper of general circulation in the vicinity of the proposed project. So we're planning to initiate that quite soon, and then we would also host a public information meeting in the general area of the project. And we'll be accepting public comments, reviewing agency comments during that time, and providing that to the applicant and using that to inform our project order, which is the document that sets the regulatory framework for what the preliminary application has to address. Yes.
So for the record, Todd Cornett, and just because I made this comment related to the Cascade Renewable Transmission Line, in terms of the number of property owner notifications, because of the 2 routes, and it's in an urban area, I think we're looking at about 800 property owner notifications for this one. Even though it's a relatively small distance in terms of transmission line, it still connects to a lot of different, small urban properties.
So we have stocked up on toner, as I've heard. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we received the notice of intent at the beginning of March. We are waiting to work out a few essential financial details, but we expect that to be wrapped up soon. And then we'll initiate the process I just described. Next slide, please. So one of the key procedural elements that we initiated the notice of intent phase is to request council appointment of a special advisory group. Special advisory group is a term defined in statute, and it is a designation applied to the governing bodies within the location where the project will be located. So in this instance is within the city of Medford and Jackson County. The governing bodies there are City of Medford City Council and Jackson County Board of Commissioners. Those two entities, once appointed, will play a very important role in this process. We will give them a formal letter, but do outreach with them where they identify requirements from their local zoning ordinance or development code and comprehensive plan that they believe applies to this project. They can also provide interpretations, findings of fact, conclusions, conditions that they would have applied that same criteria to a similar project, and we would assume to use that and understand it so we can be consistent. And then we'll work with them throughout the entire process. This is actually, I think, a lot of our favorite parts of the job, to work with counties, because they have positions that are the closest to what we do. So they actually understand generally what we're asking of them, because they do it in their own daily life. So next slide, please. So as Vice Chair Howell mentioned, we are here today to request council appointment of these two entities, City of Medford City Council and Jackson County Board of Commissioners as the special advisory groups for the proceedings of the application for site certificate, which includes the notice of intent for the Lone Pine to Whetstone transmission line project. And I believe the two options you have is whether you choose to appoint them in one single motion or in a combined motion. And now the floor is yours.
And is there, this is Councilor Byer, is there a rationale for doing it as one motion versus two? Is that for the jurisdiction's convenience, or does it matter?
I would think there might be slight benefit to doing them separate, just for the record. Sometimes the governing bodies change, like we've had a county court become a board of commissioners, so if we can keep them separate, it might be easier. But that's otherwise, I don't know.
Vice Chair Howell, are you ready to entertain a motion?
Oh, yes, I hadn't unmuted and I was busy talking away there. So anyway, sorry. If there's no further discussion, then I can't see you. So somebody speak up and make a motion, either one or a combination of one, or separately for the city and the county.
This is Cindy. I'm happy to make a first motion regarding Jackson County. So Chair Howe, I move that the council appoint the Jackson County Board of Commissioners as a special advisory group to advise the council in the proceedings related to the review of the application for site certificate for Lone Pine to Whetstone transmission line as presented and recommended by staff.
Okay, do we have a second?
Chair Howell, this is Councilor Byer, I second.
Okay, we've had a motion and it's been seconded. So Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Perry Chalktooth,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we're ready for a second motion.
This is Councilmember Condon. I'm happy to make a second motion regarding the City of Medford. Chair, I move that the council appoint the City of Medford City Council as a special advisory group to advise the council on the proceedings related to the review of the application for the site certificate for the Lone Pine to Whetstone transmission line as presented and recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay. Okay, we've had a motion and a second by Counselor
For the record.
Devlin. So let's see. So Secretary Cornett, do you want to call the roll? Or am I hearing that maybe somebody's wanting to say something?
We didn't hear anything here, Mr. Vice Chair.
Oh, okay. I heard a few things come through, but okay. So Secretary Cornett, please call the roll.
Ann Byer. Perry Chalkton. Perry Chalkton.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Richard Devlin.
Yes.
Ken Howe.
Yeah.
Motion carries, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Cornett. And with that, I'll turn the meeting back over to Chair Grail.
Thank you very much for taking care of that, Vice Chair Howe. Sarah, thank you as always for presenting before us. I'm going to ask if anyone would have any final comments or questions regarding today's proceedings. Secretary Cornett.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out that the anticipated adjournment was at 2:30. We are at 2:27. And while we did not hit all of the marks on all of the agenda items, at the end of the day, we are pretty darn close.
Well done, well done.
Your council.
Thank you to everyone for your engagement and participation. It's, as always, it's delighted to see how the council is all working together and everyone's bringing their scope of knowledge to make the process, I hope, something that we can all be proud of. Thank you to staff and to all of you who've had to step up extra with Nancy out. I know it's not been easy for you all, but thank you for making the meeting seamless as always. With that, the time is now 2:28 p.m. and the March 24th, 2023 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Family would be so proud.